Oh man, hello everyone, Felix here. I am terribly sorry, very terribly sorry for being this late, because that should not have happened. I should have been a bit more prepared. Everything is being quite hectic right now. I have been repeatedly complaining about the state of a lot of stuff that's going on. But at the end of the day, I am very glad, very, very glad to be able to talk to you guys, share everything with you. Oh, hold on. Share everything with you, because that's what it's all about. What was I gonna say? I will have to apologize in advance for a couple things, mostly because I am going to break a cardinal streamer sin I'm gonna eat on stream, because I have not eaten in 12 hours. More than that, I need to get food in my body. But, I also needed to start this before I lost the chance, so unfortunately, I will not be able, you will have to face some interruption with me eating, when my food is done. It's in the toaster downstairs. But yeah. So, here's the thing surrounding this. I guess I have one more thing to add onto this entire mess of this gigantic mess of things. I have one more thing to add about this gigantic mess of pages that we have here. Okay. So, hold on. Why did I watch this in the first place? Because okay, here's the context. Parents decided they wanted to watch it. Some time ago, like maybe around a week ago, my parents decided they wanted to watch this movie. I didn't. I knew that if I was going to watch it, I was going to have to engage with it. But I decided, you know what? One, content is content. I've been thinking about what I'm going to say about this. I've been kind of like avoiding it but I guess it was an inevitability. I saw my parents decided to take me with them. I decided to go with them because might as well. What difference will it make? Do I want to support this movie? No. Right out of the gate, do I want to support this movie? No. It's not. I don't want. This is unfortunately a success. It should not have been a success, but it is because of the work of. And I'm gonna tell you now, okay? If you like Spec Ops: The Line, if you like pretend, it would be too much just to call it pretentious out of the gate, but it is. If you enjoy very highly philosophical, moralizing storytelling about grim darkness and the nature and the dark nature of humanity, I guess in many ways that the darkness of humanity and philosophical themes surrounding that. If you want a highly philosophical, minimalistic tale of brutalism and all that sort of thing, then this movie is for you. If your only interest in this movie is because of Christopher Nolan, then this movie is for you. But if you don't, if you have an attachment to the source material anyway, if you're there to see a good popcorn movie, then this movie is not for you. Both for the spectacle and for understanding the source material. It is not for you. Hold up. Unfortunately, I have to take a call. I'm very sorry. I can't talk right now. Okay. Where do I start with this behemoth? This utter behemoth. Okay. This is okay. If you enjoy if you enjoyed Spec Ops: The Line, then this movie is tailor made for you. Even if if you enjoyed if not the gameplay, but the moral, philosophical, and the moral fable. If you enjoyed the moralization and the fable and the talking down from works such as Spec Ops: The Line, then this is for you. If you're there to see a good movie, this is not for you. If you are there to see something interesting, if you want to see a retelling of Greek mythology, one that delves into Greek mythology and all its intricacies and all of its elements, this is not for you. If you have read an early translation of the Odyssey, then this is not for you. At the end of the day, here's the thing. The Odyssey, on a completely superficial and superficial, skin-deep level, it is an excellent movie. If you dig any below that, if you dig a few inches below the dirt, then you will find it is on cold, barren, infertile soil. That there is nothing that can sprout from this. There is nothing this is an amazing movie if everything is cut off and it has no context besides it. Unfortunately, we do not live in that world where this cannot be a good movie, where there was never an Odyssey before Christopher Nolan thought of it, where there was never anything where if the original Odyssey was written by Christopher Nolan himself, this would be a pretty good movie. Unfortunately, we do not live in such a world. This is inherently connected to literal millennia of history that have preceded him. And to consider this the defining work would be ultimate folly. If you come to see a Christopher Nolan movie, this is for you. If you come to see an art house movie, an indie style art house movie, then this is for you. But if you come to see a movie that explores the themes of Greek mythology in an honest in a way that is honest and truthful to itself, that is genuine to the intentions of the author and can critically examine them thoroughly without intention of any real without subjectivity to the original work, this is not for you. This is, I call this the murder of Romanticism because I'm gonna knock this out of the way quickly. What I did, I actually typed up an extensive script for this movie right after for the stream right after I saw it. Okay, so the big pros. You know what? I'm just gonna go over it first. What happens in it? Yes, I have the full intention of spoiling it because, I have full intention of spoiling it because I don't think if you're here, if you are in this stream, then there is nothing to be gained by watching the movie itself. That is not merely me being egotistical about myself. This is my genuine thought. If you are here in this stream, if you care about this movie, then shoot. If you don't, please stay here because I have a whale of a tale for you. Okay, so the film is told in a partially non-linear narrative and begins with the intertitle and a time of apparent magic. Summarizing the actual events of the Odyssey is difficult because Homer wrote it in, again, I will confess, first off, despite me being, a Cupid who should know where the origin of his gods, where the origin of how I sprouted from the ether came from. I should know this, but unfortunately, It relies on human text that I have not had the pleasure of reading yet. I would like to. I genuinely would like to, but I am not. Second off, despite being of this kind of spiritual origin, I am not Greek. I have had the pleasure of vacationing there recently, and that only made me more interested in critically dissecting this movie because I was so interested in the Greek people, in Greek history and culture, because that stuff is fascinating to me. That's why I saw this, but I am by no means an expert on these things. I am just an autist who wants to know more. But here's the thing. This is like, again, I cannot express to be an expert. I cannot profess to be an expert. I am the most layman of laymen as a Cupid could ever be. Even me in my traditional garb is not authentic to. It cannot be authentic to the truth of this. But so the story is okay, you know what? I have to preface this with another thing, which is another major gripe that I have with this. This is like this movie tells elements of the Iliad. Tells elements of the Odyssey is the sequel to the Iliad, of the ancient of the original Iliad, a story that is literally as old as the Bible. This is the sequel to that original epic. This is but this tries to be a standalone in of itself. It is not. Ithaca. I'm just gonna read the page as it is. Ithaca is 20 years bereft of its king Odysseus, who never returned from the Trojan War. Several suitors, including nobleman Antonius, aggressively court Odysseus' wife Penelope to claim the throne from Odysseus and Penelope's son Telemachus. Only Penelope and Telemachus and half-blind servant, really a slave, Eumaeus, still believe Odysseus will return. Telemachus travels with his teacher and bodyguard, Odysseus' friend mentor, to Menelaus, king of Sparta, to discover his father's whereabouts. Antonius, Antinous, yeah, that's how you pronounce it. I'm gonna lower the volume, and it's what Antonius learns about this and conspires with the other suitors to kill Telemachus upon his return and plunder Ithaca. Menelaus and his wife Helen of Troy, really Helen of Sparta, because she was originally from Sparta, express uncertainty about Odysseus' fate, but offer Telemachus stories about him. Penelope tells Telemachus that she fears of attacks by murderous people of the sea people who violate Zeus' law, the mutual respect between guests and hosts. Basically, take it you have to I'm gonna explain this later on. After leaving Ithaca, Odysseus and the Greeks spent 10 years besieging Troy. Odysseus masterminds a plan to hide inside of a giant wooden horse to sneak into Troy, with Sinon left behind, not Sinon Symphonia, a different Sinon, left behind to present the horse as a gift. Sinon is killed, but deception succeeds. The Greeks open the gates for Menelaus' older brother, Agamemnon, to sack Troy and retrieve Helen, and rescue Helen, really. Agamemnon and Menelaus return home early, while Odysseus' army, including second-in-command Eurylochus, follow a slower route. But when searching an island for supplies, they are trapped in the cave by the Cyclops Polyphemus, who feasts upon the soldiers. Eventually, they blind Polyphemus and escape, only to hear him cry out to his father Poseidon. The crew suffers harsh sea conditions. They land on Aenea, where the giant Lystrogonians kill most of their party. The survivors rebel, leaving Odysseus on with their ship, while as they seek refuge with the witch Circe, who turns them into pigs. After Odysseus persuades him to change his men back, Circe warns that to reach Ithaca, Odysseus must cross Oceanus into Hades. Odysseus meets the shade of Tiresias, who predicts that by divine will, only Odysseus will return home. Odysseus also encounters Sinon Shade, who reproaches Odysseus for causing his death and reveals Antinous' treachery. He was manipulated into taking Antonius' place within the Greek army. Lastly, Agamemnon's Shade reveals that his life Clytemnestra murdered him upon his return as revenge for sacrificing their daughter Euphegnia to Artemis for fair seas. Chased from Hades by Odysseus' fallen army, Odysseus and various crewmen follow Tiresias' guidance to survive encounters with Charybdis, Scylla, and the Sirens. On Thrinacia, Odysseus warns his men not to kill the cattle of the sun god, as Tiresias foretold Odysseus' men would die from doing so, but the starving men slaughter the cattle. When they leave, Zeus' storms sink them, killing all but Odysseus. He washes ashore on Ogygia, where the nymph Calypso, infatuated with him, drugs him with amnesia-inducing lotus flowers. 7 years later, Calypso feels pity for Odysseus' longing for his family and instructs him to make a raft and surrender himself to Poseidon. He miraculously washes ashore on Ithaca, learning from Eumaeus that the suitor sent mercenaries to assassinate Telemachus and Mentor. Mentor dies, but Odysseus rescues Telemachus and kills the assassins, taking Sinon's name as a disguise. After Odysseus' old dog Argos recognizes him, Argos peacefully dies. Telemachus recognizes Odysseus as his father. During a tense feast, Odysseus shows Antonius that he knows how Antinous betrayed Sinon. Antonius thrashes Odysseus before Penelope intervenes. After the meal, still disguised, he confesses to Penelope his guilt for violating Zeus' law with a horse, killing innocent Trojans, and desecrating Athena's statue after killing her priestess. Athena had assumed the priestess's form to punish him in visions. He further reveals that the rumored sea people were the Greeks themselves, and begs Penelope's forgiveness. Penelope announces her readiness to remarry and instructs the suitors to return at dawn. Penelope declares that she will marry whoever can string Odysseus' bow and shoot an arrow through a row of axe heads. The suitors all fail, but Odysseus succeeds, revealing his identity. The hall erupts in battle, Telemachus aiding Odysseus in slaying the challenging suitors, including Antinous. As the remaining suitors surrender, Odysseus cedes his throne to Telemachus and leaves Ithaca with Penelope to seek peace in his exile. Sailing west to honor his dead soldiers, the pair expect civilization's renewal and muse that time will forget Odysseus' mistakes. I have a lot to say about this. Give me a second, let me retrieve my food. I am sorry, give me a second. am back. I'm back. Hold on. Okay. I'm very sorry. Very sorry for anyone who's missing. Okay. So, okay. Unfortunately, no one is in chat, but it is what it is. We have to take what we can get. Okay. So, all that was a big word salad. That was a very extensive word salad. What does any of that mean? Okay. Here's where I start. Here's where I just had to retrieve my food. Here's where I had to start. Okay. What are the good things you can say about this movie, Felix? Well, okay, so I admired Tom Holland in the role of Telemachus, despite the poor dialogue he was saddled with, and his character arc is both easy to sympathize with and easy to be invested in. Tom Holland and Matt Damon sing together very well in this movie and has an emotional arc that one can appreciate. I guess. Here's the thing. I do genuinely, unironically like Tom Holland as an actor. I feel like a lot of his characters are sort of. He really does play the plucky protagonist well. He's very, very much a literally me sort of like a young, like headstrong protagonist. Like easy to identify with, easy to see yourself in, at least for me. Charlize Theron was stunning in her role as Calypso, and despite her technically being an antagonist, I could only think of the character warmly. Yes. I think. Do I like Charlize Theron as a person? Not quite. Not always, but I think she was amazing in this movie for what it's worth. For what it's worth, Charlize Theron was amazing in this movie as Calypso. She was great. For once, I didn't hate Zendaya in a movie, and she didn't feel as out of place as I had a script. I'm sorry. For once, I didn't hate Zendaya in a movie, and she didn't feel as out of place as I was expecting. But here's the thing, here's the catch. What can I say when her entire role was suddenly appearing in Matt Damon's hallucinations and looking sad at him? She was, she's supposed to be Athena. She's supposed to be the goddess Athena. And she's the only goddess, or any of the Greek deities that appears throughout the entire movie. She has no lines. She just looks from my memory. She has no lines. She is there to look sad at Matt Damon. She just her entire role is. Hold on. Let me go find it. Her entire role is to look at Odysseus doing this. That is her entire role. This is her entire role. This is Athena. This is Athena the whole movie. That is what she does. She just looks sad at Odysseus. That is her entire role. that is the bad part, but we're gonna get into that later. For John Leguizamo handles the role of Eumaeus very well and gives a dialogue the dramatic weight that it deserves most of the time, at least. The ending fight scene was done pretty well. For what it's worth, it was I like the ending fight scene. It could be better, it could be worse, but it's as movie fights go, as martial art fight scenes go in the movie, it's all right. It's pretty good. Benny Safdie's King Agamemnon, even with the ridiculous armor and costume, it's treated with the dramatic weight it deserves and is both a compelling and menacing figure throughout the story. I really liked King Agamemnon. And the depiction of Hades, as in the location, not the god, the location, I wish it was treated far more elaborately than merely a volcanic plain. It provided excellent visuals and a break from the monotony of the mountains and the sea. It was the one interesting location. And I think Nolan did well filming there because it's Nolan. At the end of the day, it is technically well done. There's no major continuity errors. There's no major issues with filming. There's the camera work is excellent. The shot composition is well done, but that is all superficial only. It is what happens within those shots that is so disappointing. If you take the movie shot by shot by shot, it can look amazing. It can look if you take the movie shot by shot, then it will look good. If you take the movie as a whole, with everything put together, with the script and the dialogue, and what happens on screen, it is terrible. If this is a collection of photographs, it is amazing. If it is a movie, unfortunately, it is a movie. It's terrible. Here's what I'm trying to say, and why I call this the murder of romanticization. Because this entire movie is designed around the deromanticization and the de-exoticization of Greek mythology. It seeks to kill the myth. It seeks to kill what makes it fascinating, why people can be infatuated with mythology and the stories and the stories of the gods interacting with men. It seeks to destroy that. That is unironically the thesis statement of the film. It opens with the text, "In a time of apparent magic," as if acknowledging that magic exists within the story is something to be ashamed of and avoided. While there are very clearly supernatural events and the direct intervention of the gods in the story, it is very forcefully shoved outside of our prying eyes. Athena only appears in hallucinations to Odysseus, and is in fact one of the very few gods or goddesses to directly appear. This is intentional, but it only hurts the film, especially for one whose origin is centered around the Trojan War being a dispute among the gods as it is among men. In the beginning of the film, the kidnapping of Helen by Paris and the Trojans is dismissed in dialogue by Odysseus to Penelope as merely a trade dispute between the Trojans and the Spartans. It's literally, there is little mention. Helen appears as a character and she is barely even mentioned as an impetus for the war. It treats it as just another war when it in fact wasn't, and that's the entire point of the original Odyssey was to infuse, was from Homer's interpretation, at least from my guess of my assumption of Homer's interpretation. It is about the interaction between gods and man, and how their real events to them were shaped by their religion and their philosophy. This film seeks to alienate the fantastical elements. There are very clearly supernatural events in the film, but it seeks to alienate it from the rest of the movie. Hold on, let me take a bite of my food. I'm so sorry. Give me a second. Hold on. I gotta eat. It's a little bit burnt, but it's okay. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. But yeah, this entire movie is centered entirely around demythologizing everything that they can. It feels like when the monsters appear on screen, when magic appears on screen, if it cannot be ascribed to some greater theme, some greater moral or philosophical theme that Nolan wants to create, then it is cut off. Because all of the monsters and the magic and the gods are reduced as much as possible. And when the entire original story is the interaction between Odysseus' men and them. It is and the script builds to this as well. While there are a share of good moments, the dialogue is typically bland and stark, modern words are used often, and only half of the dialogue carries genuine theatrical style dramatic weight. Most of the time, the characters feel less like men of legend and more like modern people who happen to live in an ancient world. And here's the thing. This film is rated R. And you know why it is? Because there isn't even that much violence in this movie. Everything that's shown could be easily rated PG-13. Here's the thing. Nolan gave it an R rating. So he can make his actors say fuck and shit. I'm not shitting you. They say the words fucking shit whenever they want. It's not often. They're not like, it's not a Vivzy Pop movie or whatever. But he wanted that so he can toss around so-called mature dialogue in a movie about ancient Greece, and it doesn't fit at all. It does not fit at all. It is so alien to the rest of the movie. It is insane. Nothing like there is no theatrics. You would expect them, like, even if it's not in, like, I'm not expecting it to be in ancient Greek. I'm not expecting it to be in modern Greek. What I was at least expecting it to be was given the appropriate dramatic weight that it could be. Nolan is a British filmmaker. He, of all people, should know this. He has his characters brood over things constantly, especially in the Batman movies. But he just can't do that in this movie. You'd expect them to talk in an almost Shakespearean way, in a way that really ascribes them as classical, as the way that you would think gods or heroes of old would talk. But that's never the case. It is all very mundane. It is very drab. It is only in moments where characters can be introspective that they can actually that their words carry any dramatic weight. There are so many examples. Robert Pattinson's Antonius. John Bernthal's John Bernthal's and King Menelaus. All of them talk in this very rough and roughshod way that it doesn't speak about, they don't act the way that we imagine them that they would, and it's jarring. It does not add to the film. Even the whole Travis Scott thing. The whole Travis Scott thing at the beginning, where he's supposed to be this minstrel relating the story of the Trojan War. It does not, it feels out of place. I get what Nolan was trying to do. He was trying to make these characters more relatable, more simple, and easy to understand. But they're really not, because we're here for the spectacle, the romanticism. This movie, at its core, is an anti-spectacle. It is not interested in the spectacle of the journey. It is not interested in that. It is interested in elevating the mundane and tearing down the extraordinary to make it ordinary. Excuse me, give me a moment. I'm sorry, I have to eat. You caught me with mid-rant. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, the script builds I'm sorry, okay, just continue. The script builds to this as well, where there are a share of good moments, the dialogue is typically bland and stark. But yeah, there's just all of it just, the dialogue just feels clunky as well. It just, when you hear Robert Pattinson refer to Odyssey, when you hear not Antonius, really, the character itself, Antonius, refer to Odysseus as to Telemachus. They're just Telemachus refers to him as dad, to Odysseus as dad instead of father. He refers to Penelope as mom instead of mother. And just the word daddy is used unironically. It's just, it takes you so much out of the movie, and it is so grating. Beep. At last, lore accurate Felix. Yes, Senor Clanker. Yes, Mr. Clankster. Lore accurate Felix. It is not exactly lore accurate. If I would be lore accurate, there would be more flowers on my head, and the sword would be of a Roman make and not a Greek make. But yeah, the only way to accurately adopt the Odyssey in spirit would be an anime. Here's the thing: I love anime. I finally have something to bounce off of. but I love anime. I love animation. The idea of doing this as an animation, but I feel like there is equal opportunity to do this in live action. There is equal opportunity to do this in live action, but there just isn't. But like, it isn't Nolan's method. Let the people who made Vinland Saga cook. I know Vinland Saga, like it was inspired by Hamlet. I think the original Viking myth that inspired Hamlet and the Shakespeare's Hamlet, also inspired Vinland Saga. But here's the thing: when it comes to but this would be beautiful as a honest, because Hollywood used to do movies like this. But we're gonna get into that later. Okay, I have more like in my rant of the script. While on a technical level, this film has many shares of excellent visuals, Nolan fails to make the best use of his filming location. The desaturation of color and the reduction of vibrance is very notable at times, even when displaying such elements that would fit the mood of the theme. Like, for example, when Odysseus is heading off to war and he is he is plunging off, like he's setting on his voyage, there's dolphins. There are literal dolphins, pods of dolphins jumping alongside the ship, and the air is clear, the sky is clear, but Nolan felt the need to put this awful grayscale filter. That is why that is the joke of the thumbnail. This movie is not in black and white, but it might as well could have been. Nolan could have used a sepia tone for the entire film, and nothing would have changed. It could have been in grayscale or monochrome. Nothing would have changed, because there is so little color. The literal black and white movies have more color than the Odyssey. Greece is having been there in real life. Greece is an extremely beautiful country. From my perspective as a tourist, and while I've only seen its good side, there are many shots where the Greek coastline feels indistinguishable from a cliffside in Scotland. Greece should not look like Scotland. Scotland is a beautiful country. The British Isles, even in its grim, even in its ways, it is a very beautiful country. But it is not Greece. It should not be a stand-in for Greece. And when you film Greece like that, it does not work in its favor. Okay, I was finally able to add some of my slides in for my old stream that I was doing a bit ago. Here's the thing. Where is this? Where is this? Yes, we're gonna get into this in a second. The dolphins that were in the Odyssey just happened. This is
looking over where the ship is sailing to.
This is it in real life. This is in the movie. This is how they were filming in real life. This is how Greece looks in real life. It is beautiful. It is astounding. It is I remember this shot very well. I remember the later shot very well.
Looking over.
Yeah, Nolan cut out the rainbows and the dolphins. Unironically, this is what it looks like. This is what sailing in Greece looks like in real life. This is what the water in the sky looks like. There is not a cloud in the sky. It is so beautiful. It is so pretty. And then you can see this in the behind the scenes, how vibrant and exuberant the location is. And this is what they do with it. It works for Dunkirk. It works for a war story it works for Dunkirk when he was doing a war story about World War II. It does not work for the Odyssey. Oh my gosh. I haven't read the movie, but I did read the Odyssey once. Hello Space Missiles, aka Foxtrot. Yeah, I was chatting up a storm about Foxtrot earlier today and last night about this movie and how we approached it. This is highly motivated me for this stream. He got the preview of my script before I was reading it out here. Look at this.
I'll tell you where that would
look at this, man. Okay. Let the people. Okay, if it were to be made a live action, give it Lord of the Rings, the Dune treatment, give it space. Lord of the Rings. Here's the thing. the minimalism work, like Denis Villeneuve's Nolan-inspired minimalism works for Dune, because it is about Dune. It is about this yes, a fantastical, but at the same time very brutalist, very very alien and stark, like unhuman, like sci-fi world. It works in its favor. It's still able to capture that epic scale. Lord of the Rings is incredibly vibrant. They filmed in New Zealand, and Peter Jackson made every good in The Hobbit, even The Hobbit, even when it's not a good movie by adaptation of Tolkien. Having read both The Hobbit and watched the movies, and Lord of the Rings and watched the movies, they are like, while they don't capture every detail on point, they treat the source material with a lot more respect than Nolan ever treated the Odyssey. And they sought to make sure every aspect, every vibrant aspect of the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit was captured on film. They from a visual perspective. The Hobbit is a tribute to Tolkien's Hobbit. From a visual perspective, the Lord of the Rings is a tribute to the original Lord of the Rings. This is not the case for the Odyssey. It is just not. They filmed it like it's modern day New York instead of the Mediterranean. I haven't watched the movie, but read the Odyssey once. That is a highly unauthentic ship. Yes, it's a Viking ship. Lamau. We have a model of real-world ships from the pre-Bronze Age collapse. That is what's in the thumbnail. That is this. This is not Bronze Age. This is Iron Age. From my memory, this is Iron Age. This is not Bronze Age. But we have ships that look like this. We have the Argo. This is about the Jason and the Argonauts. This is what the legendary Jason and the Argonauts sailed on. This is what Odysseus' ships would have looked like. This is what they could have looked like if this was about classical Greece instead of ancient Greece. But no, they chose a Viking ship, something that is completely unrelated. This is completely unrelated to anything Greek. But they put it in there anyway. I don't know why. Here's the thing. If Nolan wanted to make a historically accurate movie, this would not be here, but he chose it deliberately. This was by intention. He wanted to fit a very narrow movie. It is very narrow to his vision. And his vision is making the past less exotic, making everything less exotic, making everything familiar. But we are not here to see something familiar. We are here to see visions of the ancient past as the ancients saw it and told tales about it. This is not what Nolan did. It is not. He deliberately chose things that would be inauthentic and minimalist. He tried to make a neo-noir brutalist movie about a mythological adventure about ancient Greece, and it doesn't work. It just doesn't. The movie feels black and white because because that's how it was filmed, man. It's really not. And here's the thing about the demytholization of it all. Right, it's the Bronze Age. Where's the bronze? Look, I get this is what bronze looks like under patina. Okay, yes, this is Athena. If you space missiles or Foxtrot. If you wanted to know my frame of reference for how Athena acted throughout the entire movie, this is what Athena looked like. The entire movie. This is her entire role, is to look at Odysseus and do this. This is her entire role. This is how Athena looked. But here's the thing. This is what they looked like. This is what they looked like in this movie. This is how the Greek soldiers looked like in this movie. It looks like this does not look bronze. I get the patina over time. It doesn't look. It does okay. This doesn't look authentic. I don't like. I know it can't be. Look at the design of that chest plate. Like, they could have leaned into the hero queer ass element, but no, they didn't. To be somewhat fair, you have, say, Christian art where Roman soldiers are in contemporary armor, and I find that fascinating. I really do. Like, yeah, there's even like there's Renaissance art where you see depictions of Mars and Apollo in knightly armor, that would in like knight's armor, or like cuirasses, wearing like cuirasses that would be not out of place for hussars of the age. But yeah, the intent is still be to stylistic and romanticized rather than be deconstructive. This is deconstructive. This is not like, this is minimalist and brutalistic. Oh yeah, let's put a Toyota Corolla in place of a Ford Model 2, no one will notice. Their Age of Bronze collapsed. That is an actual line. And I have so many problems with that. That is an actual line from the movie. Our Age of Bronze is collapsing. They don't know it's a Bronze Age. It's just like, it's so pretentious that how Nolan tries to connect this very narrow vision of how he believes the Odyssey happened to real history. I'm gonna get into that later. But this is ultimately a movie that does not understand itself. It does not understand its source material. It does not understand what it is trying to say. It wants to say something. It has intentions and a very overt moral theme. This is treated less as an adventure and more as a very black and white moral fable. But the original Odyssey was not that. It was not that. The Iliad was not that. Even a lot of early Christian tales were not mere simple moral fables or simple tests of faith. It is about the intricacies of everything. To boil down myths, whether religious or literary or like mythological, to boil it down to simple black and white, as if it were a fairy tale. Nolan's Odyssey is ultimately like, there is complexity in real fairy tales and fables, but I'm gonna go back to my script because I am just blabbering. The entire theme is deromanticization. It is the murder of romanticism. It is killing the fantastical in favor of and elevating them. It kills the extraordinary and makes it mundane and tries to focus as much as it can on the mundane elements. Here's the thing. I say this without any intention of racism towards the cast. The diverse use of actors who clearly do not appear or act like Greeks takes away from the immersion. Very few of the actors actually appear as if they belong in the setting. They don't. They don't look... Well, hold on. Give me a moment. I'm still eating. Oh, okay. To quibble more, personally, I chose to read Christian art using contemporary armor as a way to make things universal, and that's a beautiful part of it. And I think, at the end of the day, that's also why, a lot of Renaissance art that depicts pagan myth often depicts people like Ares and Mars or Vulcan in suits of knightly armor that would have been more accurate to the Middle Ages. But it is to make the elements more understandable to the audience it was portraying. This is not the case for Nolan's Odyssey, where the armor is both non-historically accurate, nor does it conjure elements of the fantastical that the audience is expecting. The Age of Bronze is collapsing. While we got isekai protagonists hidden here, I don't mind the diverse cast per se, because the ancient Mediterranean world was called diverse. They're not in the way the postmodern man would recognize, or rather. Well, here's the thing. Yes, there's the whole Helen of Troy thing. Here's the thing. I think Lupita Nyong'o, who played Helen of Troy, is a very pretty. She's a pretty lady. I think she would be quite striking, even if I met her on the street. But she is not Helen of Troy. That's not. It just doesn't work. She is not like Lupita Nyong'o is a pretty lady, but she is not Helen of Troy. Do not get that in your dude, that is not what we would think of when we thought the most beautiful woman of that age. That is not what we would think of. Even if she that is not what we would think of. I gave Zendaya's casting as Athena a little bit more concessions because the gods and goddesses are deities and concepts that transcend time, that can really be painted as something that is above the races of displayed there. But very few of the people there look Mediterranean. Even though yes, the same goes for the white actors, and the blonde and very very European looking people like Robert Pattinson and Tom Holland. And they are very clearly out of place in Greek myth. They do not look like they would fit there. They just don't. They look more suited to medieval okay, I'm gonna get into that later. But they look far more suited to say late medieval stories than actual Greek mythology. And that's what they feel like. Yes, there is an Indian actor who functions as Odysseus' servant and second in command. He feels out of place as well. This doesn't feel authentic to what it is. If you really wanted to be that way, you could have casted Arabs, you could have casted Israelis, you could have casted actual Greeks, Italians, Spaniards, and you could have casted Northern Africans. If you wanted more representation of that side of the world, you could have casted Northern Africans. You could have casted Arabs. You could have even casted Persians or Iranians. To me, if I was making a casting for the Iliad, my personal Helen of Troy or Helen of Sparta would have been, of all people, Golshifteh Bahrani, she's a French Iranian actress and she's really pretty. That would have been my choice for Helen of Troy. That would not but at least do it in a way that your audience would truly recognize, not merely for brownie points or it's not incongruous. Look, I am not white. I am not white. I am open about that. I am not white. It would not make sense for someone like me to be cast even as a Native American in, say, a Revolutionary War movie. It would not make sense. It would not be portraying history authentically. It would not be portraying myth authentically, even. But here's the thing. Yeah, I think it's more the cherry on top. Yeah. Also, the music is too loud. My bad. Let me lower the music. This was done from a position of pride towards a timeless work. Yes, and Felix turned it up. Fear, I get you. Okay. I turned it down. It is at 16% now. Okay. And here's the thing. This is something I discussed at length with Space Missiles here in my DMs with them. Well, not DMs because it was a group chat, but most of the monsters that okay, hold on, let me check out my stream. Whatever. Most of the monsters that Odysseus and the Ithacan soldiers face genuinely cannot be taken seriously. Even after we see Polyphemus, the Cyclops, and there is only one shown. He is only ever he isn't even referred to by name. We know it's a Cyclops because the audience knows what a Cyclops is, but he is never named as Polyphemus. We know there's only one shown when there are multiple in the original story. After he kills and eats several Ithacan soldiers, he immediately goes to sleep in the presence of armed men. For all of his menace, he does not feel like an ever-present threat to them. Literally. So the Ithacan soldiers go ashore onto the island of the Cyclops. They raid his cave. They steal his food. The Cyclops boxes them in and starts eating and killing and eating the Ithacan soldiers. He is scary for 5 minutes. He is genuinely scary for 5 minutes. And then you know what he does? He goes to sleep. He literally goes to sleep in the presence of armed men with swords and bows and arrows and spears who could kill him if they tried. What is he's not scary anymore. Like, I get it. Like, from what I think in the original is that I think Homer has them hide from Polyphemus within the cave, and like the whole time, most of the horror elements in this story is me thinking that there's gonna be more, that there's gonna be something worse. Like every time like you hear footsteps within the cave, you think, oh no, there's gonna be more Cyclops within the cave. It goes down deeper. There's gonna be more. And they're going to box the Ithacan soldiers in. That's never a threat. There's only ever one Cyclops, and he is not a threat. He is not scary because the soldiers are quite easily able to overpower him by blinding him and outsmarting him. You fear I get you. Hold on, I'm getting. Okay, song down. We can barely hear you. Okay. There is only ever one Cyclops, and they never. And here's the thing, no, like there is dialogue. There is an entire conversation between Odysseus and Polyphemus in the original, from what I'm aware. This is not adapted because Nolan thought that giving dialogue to a Cyclops would be ridiculous. It is more monster than like it is. Nolan cannot decide what to do with Polyphemus. He displays him as a civilized man, as a farmer, as like he herds goats and sheep. He is able to he has animal husbandry. He eats. He can farm and eat meat and like ferment cheese, and he can like harvest grain. He can do all of this, but he doesn't talk. He is presented as a beast. He is presented as a beast, and then why doesn't he talk to the Ithacan soldiers and Odysseus? Because, as Odysseus says, what is the point of talking to an ant? Because it doesn't make sense, man. It doesn't make sense. Hold on. Let me. I'm getting hungry again. Excuse me. Yeah, Otis, nobody is attacking me. That is not adapted. Hold on, let me chew and swallow. That's a bit dry. Let me take a drink. Yeah, the conversation between Odysseus and Polyphemus is never adapted. Polyphemus doesn't have any lines. He is like... He is very vaguely, like... There's a scene after he's blinded where he's like very vaguely praying to Poseidon because he's the son of Poseidon. Like you can't make out any actual words. Someone literally has to explain through dialogue that Polyphemus is praying to Poseidon, and it's just handled so poorly. There's no real tension. There's no real tension in the scene because for me the tension came from, are there more Cyclops? There is no brothers. Otis has attacked me. Otis has blinded me. There is none of that. There is none of that. There is only ever one Cyclops. Yes, he presents a threat and all to the Ithacan soldiers, but it just doesn't. It's never registered as a serious threat because he stops being scary after a while. He's never really a threat. Well, okay, so they go to the land of the giants. They go to the land of the giants. Hold on, these guys. Like, I get that this was like I get this was supposed to be a yeah, but no, nobody is attacking me. a vital part of the original story is left. Vital parts of the original story are deliberately left out because Nolan could not find a way to make them fit his vision, his very rigid vision. For like, Foxtrot, these were supposed to be like cannibal giants, right? Well, this was just funny to me. This was just hilarious to me, this entire scene, because like they're supposed to be like Iron Age warriors that are like completely out of place with the that are like, it's supposed to be the technology disparity. They're supposed to be they appear as giants because of the technology, and they have better armor and weapons and such. It doesn't feel like, it looks ridiculous. You know what this looks like to me? It looks like the Brotherhood of Steel when they attack the NCR. It looks like all these guys in. I know this cannot be historically accurate. They look like they're wearing, like, I know that this looks like Skyrim. They looks like people from Skyrim, or maybe Lord of, they are space marines wearing elf armor from Lord of the Rings. It is. What is this? Gentlemen, what do you think this looks like? What do you think this looks like? For me, it looks like there's videos about like, what if like 6 space marines faced off against like the 2,000 Persian warriors? What if the space marines took the place of the 300 Spartans? And it's just like, this is what, in my mind, this is what it would look like, because Tandy, please save me from these steel devils, from these steel demons. This looks insane. This looks like this is what the medieval Brotherhood of Steel would look like, and they're not given any explanation. It's just like this. Like, I could not take this scene seriously. I get it; they put a lot of effort into the weapons and the armor and everything. Well, it just looks ridiculous, and it feels ridiculous that they just like, the context is one of their children is seen, like one of the Greek soldiers, the Ithacan soldiers, frighten one of their children, and out of nowhere, all of these armed faceless goons, like these faceless giants, with scimitars and naginata. I think that's a naginata there. That can't be historically accurate. That's not even geographically accurate. They just come out of the tree line and start killing everyone, and it's just like, yeah, it's supposed to be a serious scene, but it just looks hilarious. It's just like these giant people, and somehow the forest is magical, and they're able to trap the Ithacans into this kill zone by the giants. I get it, they're supposed to be cannibals, but that's never shown, because I guess they already showed Polyphemus eating Greek soldiers, and Nolan didn't care about adapting a second cannibal scene because he already had too many cannibal scenes. But it's just like, the armored war machines. This looks they just need a guy with a gold cloak, black cloaks. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Lord dear God! You see me in a gold cloak, and I'm speeding, and my covenant, they turn into black wolves with black cloaks, and they pounce on you, and I hold you down. Oh my gosh! It just looks so stupid. Oh my gosh! And they thought this would be the best looking part of the film. It is not. It is not. This is. This just looks so stupid. Lotiarchean. Yeah, Lotiarchean. You should exile yourself now. You are not worth the ether that you take up. Like on this gray trap bubble that's gray because no one filmed it gray. It's just what is this? What is this, my guy? What is this? This looks like literally the first thought, like when I am seeing an ancient Greek epic, I should not be thinking of stupid space marines. In the I'm thinking of like this is like the island of the cannibal giants got turned into this is why are the Grey Knights here and why are they slaughtering everyone? It's just like why am oh my gosh, that's so fucking stupid. Oh, okay, that's enough of that. Okay. Okay. Okay, yeah, Samantha Morton, we're gonna get into that, okay. One, they are on the island of the land of the giants. While the threat of the giants are attempted to be taken seriously, their presence and their appearance and introduction is almost cartoonish, and their casus belli against the Ithacans literally is incomprehensible. They don't talk, they just emerge out of the tree line and start killing people. It's just so funny, because it doesn't make sense. It just doesn't. Okay, speaking of Circe, I'm gonna eat some of my pork. I have some pork tacos here that I am gonna continue eating. Okay, this is a bit dry. I need to wash this down. Okay, that's good. Circe. So, at some point, they come across land again. This is deliberately because of the attack of the giants, because the two of the giants with their literally gigantic power sabers or whatever, they're the gigantic scimitars. They literally, I think they hacked two of the boats to pieces. They hacked two of the soldiers' boats to pieces, and they kill all of them there. And Odysseus is only able to escape with his flagship. So Odysseus realizes we're not able to keep going. We're all out of supplies. We need to make landfall again, and soon. So they sail around into what I can only describe as again, the Scottish coast. It literally looks like medieval Scotland. It does not look like Greece. It looks like medieval Scotland. Sails around, makes landfall. His soldiers begin to revolt against him and say you know what, we're gonna leave you here because at this point we don't trust you. And they come across this very this odd appearance. There is a black panther, there is a lion and a tiger, all of them, but they are seemingly tame. They do not attack. They only respond to the men with fear, and the men ignore them and move on. They confront they enter the house of they enter this abandoned, it's not abandoned because there's they can see that there's food on the stove, there's a fire going, and they look around to see where are the residents, why are the people missing, and then they find Circe, this old woman who is there, and she is frightened that she is very to be explicit, she is frightened that they're going to rape and kill her. The Ithacan soldiers assure her no, we're not barbarians, we're only here peacefully, and then she offers them food because they're basically starving. And then after that, it's you know that scene from Spirited Away? Well, I know the scene from Spirited Away. Hayao Miyazaki Ghibli movie. That scene from Spirited Away was adapted from the original Odyssey, where the protagonist's parents get turned into pigs by greedily eating the food presented to them. There's a spell put on them that turns them into pigs. that turns them into pigs. That scene was taken from the Odyssey. This scene plays out much in the same way, where Circe feeds them a bowl of pork stew, and after that they're all like hypnotized and in a trance, and then like in under her spell, and then after that there's this like really like this body horror scene that I like. I couldn't handle it in the theater. I just looked away for the most part. I looked away, and she was really she's like taking holds of their faces and like remolding them. Hold on, let me continue the music. And she's like remolding them like clay into. Oh, the music isn't loud enough. And she's like remolding their faces into clay to be these grotesque forms until they finally eventually come into pigs, and then they like become her pig herd. Meanwhile, Odysseus, who is hunting down on the cliffside, he is hunting with his bow. He shoots a deer, and then realizes after it's this whole like skinwalker moment where he shoots a deer. He comes across his kill, and then he realizes he just shot a man. That deer was previously a man that was kidnapped by Circe and turned into a deer to like populate her island, to like I guess as a form of torture. And eventually he comes across Circe. He confronts her. He confronts her about the fate of his men, because she realizes that like she turned his men into pigs, and all the while she was just railing against him, like, oh, your men would have killed me and raped me and murdered and like stolen all my things, and that's why I did that. But like there's no evidence that they would have. It's implied that there were Greek soldiers before that tried to do harm to her, because there's like weapons and armor left outside of her cottage. Like she's basically turned into this very like this Brothers Grimm fairy tale witch with a bubbling cauldron that like Hansel and Gretel, like the witch from Hansel and Gretel. Which from my knowledge, that is not what Circe is in mythology. She is that is not what she looks like. Hold on. To my knowledge, that is not what she looks like. You can see here, it's artistic nudity, don't worry. This is what she looks like in depictions of artwork. Like you see like her lions and her tigers and her wolves, who are all like men who are under her spell. This is who she is in the movie. In the actual Odyssey, there's a section where the soldiers raid a Trojan ally on their way home and take women as slaves. IRC. Okay, so that is not that like there is a minor scene about that where it's like where the Ithacans raid one village after it was found abandoned and its inhabitants hostile, because Nolan wants to make the assumption that the Ithacans returning home, or at least the Greek soldiers such as the Spartans and the Athenians, are the sea people. They're the sea people that caused the Bronze Age collapse because they raided everyone and killed everyone. That doesn't work like that, even within the context of its own film. They are seen raiding one village, not a city-state, a village. A single village on the seaside where the people do not speak the Greek language, or at least their version of their language, and where they raid them and where they pillage them, they take their things, and then they move on, and then they next end up on the Isle of Polyphemus. Like they're only shown doing this once, but apparently all of that has given them like this frightening reputation as these like barbarians that come from the sea and rape and pillage and everything. But it's just like very little of it is shown for them to make that assumption. Here's the thing. Something that observed by one of my friends, who's I guess not a very horny person compared to me. Like he made the observation that Circe should be a beautiful woman who tried to seduce Odysseus, who wanted to have him for herself. And like who is this beautiful witch that would manipulate men by her beauty and her charm. he made the comparison to Sabrina Carpenter of all people. I don't like Sabrina Carpenter, but I can get where he's coming from. This is what Cersei should have looked like. Hold on. This is what like if you want an anime about the Odyssey, then this is what Cersei should look like. Message retracted. Okay, this is what she should look like. yes, my Oshi Rooney Roos. This is what Cersei should look like. Not this. I think they did a good job with Calypso. I like Charlize Theron in the role. I think she was very beautiful in the role. But not her. But and like the whole thing is like Cersei transformed the men into animals and tortured them because they would do that to me. Like basically this assumption that they are like. She turned the Athokans into pigs because she assumed that they would act like pigs, and her exact role when transforming them back into humans was back into your disguises, as if the pig is the true self and the man is merely a facade, which is objectively not true. This is like Nolan wants to kind of present it as the truth when we know it isn't. It's just not. It just isn't. Yeah, in the actual myth, Odysseus spends a year railing Cersei alone, or maybe she's railing him. Well, I mean that's one white woman I wouldn't mind being colonized by. Like they're very much in that role, but like none of that is done. There is no genuine romantic there is no genuine romance between Cersei and Odysseus. That doesn't happen. They the majority of their interactions only happen for 1 hour, and they are arguing because Odysseus is mad that she tortured his soldiers, and she's mad because she hates men, and it's all this back and forth where it's just it's just like they're at a debate table, they're surrounded by the pigs as the Athokan soldiers, and they're just screaming at each other, and they're looking sad at each other. There is no touch of flair. There is no beauty in it. There is no romanticism. Even the allurance of a sinful person like Cersei. There is just arguing. There's just arguing and grimness and suffering and sadness. But that is what it is. And going into that, after that, after that is the Sirens. Is the original the Rock of the Sirens. They are not shown. They are barely ever shown in the across the Odyssey, across the entire film. There's the Sirens and Ulysses. This is none of this happens. Literally Pirates of the Caribbean does this scene better than the Sirens. So Nolan went with instead of the harpy women that we of the original Greek mythology, Nolan decided to go for the mermaids. He went for the mermaids. He depicted them as mermaids, but they are only in silhouette. They literally only appear in silhouette. They are never shown. Their faces are never shown. Their bodies are never shown. It is a backlit silhouette against the sun. They are never shown. And they don't pose a threat to the Athokans. They for the most part it's So Odysseus hands out a wax so they can fill their ears and be deaf to the sirens while he ties himself to the mast, as of course he does. He does that. He ties himself to the mast, and like it's more comedic than anything, because it's like the guy that they chose to be like the one who was corrupted and tempted by the sirens is portrayed by a Chinese guy, this cool, like, he's a cool looking Chinese guy, but I don't buy him as a Greek for 1 second. But he is struggling. It's like it's just funny. It's like Nolan meant for it as like this grim and serious scene. It just comes across as funny because you never actually see the sirens themselves. You never see, like, I thought it would be a scary scene because the sirens, like in Pirates of the Caribbean, the pirates send out, like, they're trying to hunt mermaids, and so as of because they're hunting I paused this stream to talk about the Odyssey, to talk about Pirates of the Caribbean. So on Stranger Tides, they're off the coast of Florida hunting mermaids. The plot is that they send a bunch of like enslaved sailors, like maroon sailors led by Jack Sparrow, to go onto the island to beach themselves on the shore, where they know that the mermaids are going to hunt them down and attack them. They're going to tempt they're going to come and tempt the sailors, and the enslaved sailors are going to tempt them to come to shore. And even though some of the sailors resist their song, they leap onto the boat and like drag them down to the water and attack them. They're biting them. They're like vampire fish. And they are like shown in full view, even for a PG-13 movie. They're shown as extremely beautiful. They're like tempting the sailors, and when the temptation doesn't work, they attack the sailors. None of that is shown in the Odyssey. None of that is shown. We never even get to see their faces. And we never even get to see them as they are. Like, we only see this one, this one Ithacan soldier who was played by this Chinese guy. Again, he looks cool, but I don't buy him as a Greek. He pulls the wax out of his ears. He's got this oh yeah, I'm gonna do that face on him. And he does, and he leaps off the boat, and he starts rapidly swimming towards the rocks. And it just they don't attack him, they don't drag him down under, they don't ever do anything to him. They just sit there and just watch him swim towards them, and and presumably he makes it to shore. Nothing happens to him. And something that I have to address deliberately is that, again, in both of the times that Odysseus has shown hubris, because the original character of hubris was a very egotistical Odysseus, he's a very egotistical, a very boastful and confident man. He's a very cocky person. He shoots Polyphemus and proclaims his name because he thinks that he is out of danger. Which allows Poseidon to curse him. He ties himself to the mast because he believes that he can resist the siren's song, and he does. But in the movie, he does it for no reason at all. And something that I have to address is that Odysseus is not Odysseus is not the cocky, confident, braggart that he is in the original story. He's not portrayed as this cunning and wicked person. He is simply he's a guy with depression. He is literally just he doesn't even feel very kingly. He doesn't feel like a royal or a monarch. He is just one other soldier who happens to be a commander, and he just does he feels like he shoots Polyphemus or tempts the sirens, not because he is cocky or confident or boastful, but because he has a death wish and he's suicidal and he doesn't actually want to go home. He just wants to die. It's never explained. It's never explained, man. It's never that's the thing. It's missing context. It is missing the context. for Nolan to adapt the things that happen, it is like the things that happen in the original story, when they do happen, are taken out of context by Nolan because he could not find any other way to work that context into his own story. And it's just there's nothing to it. Scylla and Charybdis are like, yes, they're present, but they're visually unimpressive. There's just a whirlpool. There's no monster that crawls out of the whirlpool to hunt sailors. I guess Charybdis is impressive in the way that like some of the I guess it's like the scale of it being a barn, like this big barnacle that can swallow people by its tentacles. But it's not. But the CGI isn't very good. I'm not very scared of it. Like literally, the Kraken in Pirates of the Caribbean is a more scary creature than Charybdis in this version. Like it's scary for 2 seconds, and then you realize it doesn't have a face. There's no rest of the creature, and then you see it retreat back into its hole, into its shell. It's gone, and it's not a threat anymore. Boom. It's not a threat anymore. No one ever cares. Nothing happens to them. Again, it's like the whole thing about like the whole issue about the monsters in this movie is that we keep expecting more of them. I got scared around the Cyclops because I thought there would be more than just Polyphemus. There isn't. I got scared of the Sirens because I thought they would attack the boat and like tempt the sailors. They don't. And finally, we come to the island of Apollo, where which doesn't look very impressive for an island ruled by a god. It doesn't look very impressive for an island ruled by the sun god of all people. It's not sunny. It's not. Like, here's the thing. Apollo's island Apollo is the god of the sun. But it's not sunny. It's not even sunny. No one couldn't even do that. Here's the thing. Again, I am revisiting the real life Greece. This is what Greece looks like in real life. He made this sky, a sky that was said to be ruled over by Apollo, into a cloudy, drab, and overcast sky. I'm gonna let that sink in for a second. He made the sun god, the island of the sun god, of Apollo, overcast. He made it look like Washington State. I gotta take a break for a second and eat because I'm mad again. Please excuse me. As I eat, that will be relevant to the next scene that I'm going to talk about. Just a second. Well, I'm not a monster. I feel like this is a valuable part that I'm going to discuss. So the Ithakans land on the island of on Apollo's island, which again, as I stated before, is for some reason drab, gray, and cloudy and overcast. He sees this herd of cows, and Odysseus warns them beforehand. Well, the prophet told me that if you eat those cows belong to the sun god, belong to Apollo. If you eat them, Zeus will strike you down. That is like, and then he forces his men to swear to that promise that they will only eat their own supplies. They will not eat they will not slaughter the cattle. So all of them swear to it, and they do that. Then they're stranded there for months because the wind that allowed them to land on the island would not let them leave, and eventually they're forced to kill and eat. Eventually they're forced to slaughter and eat the cattle. And at that moment, because they're shown eating the Apollo's cows, slaughtering and eating their cows in this fire pit, in this communal sacrifice pit. What I was thinking is that Odysseus comes across them eating the cattle, and I'm gonna give my credit to Foxtrot because it is he came up with this joke. I thought they were all going to be I thought they were all going to be fried by 8 million bolts of lightning. 8 billion bolts of lightning that are striking the sacrificial place and burning all of the Ithakans. That's what I thought would happen. It wouldn't surprise me. But even apparently that was too that's too up. That's not subtle enough even for Nolan. To have them all fried to a crisp by defying the gods. But let me go find it. This is his joke. This is Foxtrot or Space Missile's joke because I'm gonna steal it. Hello Zeus, it's me Apollo. I need 5 billion lightning bolt to kill Ithakans. I'm sorry. Hello Biden, it's Zelensky. I need 5 the 3,000 lightning bolts of Zeus. I need 5 billion lightning bolts to kill Ithakans. It's like when you set a tick ray and you spawn lightning in Minecraft and they just laser everything to death, or the Archimedes laser satellite from Fallout New Vegas. That's my example. I thought that was gonna happen to them. I thought the sky would just open and they would just be vaporized. And the thing is, as scary as that thought is, and or brutal as that is, it would genuinely be funny if they treated it that way. If all or most of Odysseus' soldiers just got burned right there. It's it would show that it would just it would fit the scene so well. I feel if you change, you could have changed so many elements of this, because Nolan is allergic to comedy. He feels he was good at it in the Batman movies. He was pretty good at it in Inception, but he's allergic to it in this movie, and it's just and you're afraid of what the gods will do to the Ithakan soldiers because they blasphemed against them, and nothing happens to them. Nothing happens. Yes, they eventually die because they're drowned because because they sail into a thunderstorm and their ship breaks apart, with Odysseus as the only survivor. By the way, the island of the Lotus Eaters isn't adopted in full. It's only Calypso. Calypso is the only inhabitant of the island of the Lotus Eaters. The Calypso is the only inhabitant. She rescues Odysseus as he washes to shore and drugs him and basically there's no sex, but like Calypso basically like grabs the like ooh free husband and like drugs him and like makes him her husband. 5 billion lightning bolt. But yeah, the island of none of the Ithacan soldiers survive to see the island of the Lotus Eaters. Calypso doesn't even live on the Isle of the Lotus Eaters. Excuse me, hold on. Yeah, that's the problem. Nolan put them together. No, like Calypso. Like, I didn't even know that. But like, the issue is, Nolan decided there wasn't enough time to adapt the island of the Lotus Eaters, so he just killed off all of Odysseus's men and just had Odysseus wash up on Calypso's island, where she feeds him the lotus, where apparently this like the lotus makes him forget. They put something in the water to make you forget. It's like it's like literally the Combine putting something in the water. And she's the one feeding him the lotus. And apparently he's able to resist that effect and eventually remember where he came from. And then oh my gosh. It's, you know what, that's enough of that. Okay. While I admit that I'm familiar enough with the original Odyssey to know that Odysseus was portrayed as a cunning and boastful man, someone who needed to be humbled by the gods. This Odysseus does not have a true arc and is primarily centered around his guilt, something he needed to learn in the original story. Odysseus does not have an arc in this story. He doesn't. It's just him dealing with his guilt and just doing, and then moving on. It's just, like Telemachus has a stronger arc than his own father over the course of what is supposed to be his father's story. She lives on She lives on Ogygia. Well, here's the thing. Well, Nolan decided to conflate the two things. Whatever. But yeah. Here's the thing. This is primarily a moral tale. Besides the deromanticization of history, of mythology, and the here's where it gets maddening. Okay, here's where it gets maddening, because how long have I been going? Oh, just an hour 38. I feel like I've been going for longer. Because this is a very long a long script that I wrote for this, and it's okay. Moral themes are extremely forced and are nearly incongruous with the events of the film. Two major elements, Zeus's law, which is apparently about hospitality and honor to strangers, is the attempted moral core of the film, and discussed constantly between characters, with various groups of people, the intruding suitors, the Greek and Ithacan soldiers, constantly shown to be in violation of this law, either by intruding on others' land or refusing to accept strangers. It is directly at odds with the story that the film itself shows, notably the violating presence of the suitors themselves, and not just their treatment of strangers, and it takes away from Odysseus's inherent right to act against them as king, without the excuse of the poor treatment of strangers. Like, overall, it beats you over the head with the idea of Zeus's law. Oh, you need to be kind to your stranger. You need to welcome them into your home. Like, yes, I get that was like an element of Greek culture, but even a friend of mine who is much more well versed on this topic than I am, isn't even able to confirm if this is true. And the way that Nolan beats you over the head with this moral message in this film with the sledgehammer. It is like, for a filmmaker that has advanced the realm of show don't tell. Most of the Odyssey is about telling. It is about telling rather than showing. Nothing is shown, everything is told. And that is the worst part of it. Everything is told. Everything is like, it is never shown, it is only told. It beats you over the head with it. Oh, the Ithacan soldiers violated Zeus's law by creating the Trojan. Like, Odysseus violated Zeus's law by creating the Trojan horse. the suitors are violating Zeus's law for treating strangers with contempt. But it's not even the point. That's not even how it works within the original story, from what I remember. It's like the suitors tried to exploit the loss of a grieving woman and like force her to choose while like feasting off the land. Like there was no honor in what they did, but they try to twist it into their contempt for strangers. And here's the worst part. Here's what I consider even worse. The Sea People, a real-life society of marauders that are often considered the impetus of the Bronze Age collapse, but which is little is known in the historical record, is also beaten into the faces of the audience, with the Ithakans, who are very few in number and barely enough to constitute an army, let alone an entire people, being portrayed as the Sea People, despite being shown to be only responsible for the sacking of one village. The actual idea of the Bronze Age collapse is mentioned by name, taking away from the film's intention of realism, with Odysseus near the end lamenting at the loss of civilization caused by the Trojan War, despite historically and in-universe this was not the case. Like, basically, Odysseus treats himself as this man who brought about the apocalypse, and he blames himself for, he basically blames himself for the apocalypse. The line "Our age of bronze is collapsing" was literally meant to imply that that Odysseus caused the Bronze Age collapse, and that his people, and that his soldiers he is responsible for the Bronze Age collapse by winning the war against Troy. And he says at the end when he abdicates the throne, he says at the end, "Civilization will endure." What civilization did you destroy besides Troy? You didn't destroy anyone. You killed one village and Troy. That is all that is shown on screen. Nothing else is shown. Sparta is still around. Athens, while not shown, is still around. Ithaca is still around. It's just he treats himself he blames himself for being like the Grim Reaper, while he has done nothing of the sort to be shown on screen. It is not. He believes himself to be like this harbinger of death, and blames himself and his guilt. It doesn't even make sense. It doesn't make sense historically. It doesn't even make sense within the story, because he's not even shown to be doing these things. The Sea People is constantly mentioned near the beginning when Telemachus is conversing with Penelope. When Telemachus talks to Menelaus and the Spartans, there's constant mention of the people from the sea are killing and marauding and raping, and it's not even shown. There's not the Ithakans, who are implied to be the Sea People, are not even shown to be doing that. They are not even shown to be doing that. Okay. Scenia was a two-way street to note. The guest had obligations to the host, just as the host had obligations to the guest. The suitors did treat Odysseus with contempt, but it's not the only thing they do. They absolutely treat their host with contempt. The Bronze Age collapse was not solely caused by the Sea Peoples, but rather multiple simultaneous causes. This truly was an Odyssey, said by Odysseus. Bravo, Nolan. That's unironically what he says. And it's so infuriating, because there is no nuance to this movie. There is no nuance. It expects you to accept everything it says to you at face value without questioning any part of the script. It expects you to not question it. It's like any person would realize that this is it tries to portray itself as an act of history, when it is not the case. That is not the case. And it's for someone it's so pretentious, while it looks down on its audience and thinks so little of them. Oh my gosh. Oh. It's genuinely infuriating. Again, the impetus of the Trojan War is literally passed off as Agamemnon wants to control the trade routes. Because Troy was too powerful in trade, and Agamemnon was envious of them. It's this whole thing. Because, when I was conversing with other people about this movie, and specifically how I brought when I was conversing with other people who had seen this movie and decided to like it, they were confronting me with like, oh, it's not Nolan's fault. Like, if you can't see the all wars, like the message of this film is okay. Here's the thing about like the I'm gonna get into it later. It removes this film removes the context of the Iliad from the Odyssey. We are never shown why the Greeks are fighting. We are rarely ever shown why the Greeks are fighting the Trojans. Why they had to unite against a foe like this. We are never shown what they do. We're never shown the impetus of the war. Helen of Troy is shown on screen, but even she doesn't explain. Yes, this war is because of me. She doesn't even have the gall to explain that. Odysseus at the beginning of the film, before he goes off to war, explains that Agamemnon just wants to control the trade routes. And the people that I discussed this with said within the film it makes sense. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It just does not. He said all of them were ridiculing me for pointing out that the context is lost, because the Agamemnon was the true villain of the film, because all the war was caused by his greed, and that the message of the film is that war is caused by human greed, and that war is bad and caused by humans and suffering, and if that said you need to accept that, chud, that war is bad, accept it, chud, that if it says if you don't like this film and you can't get its moral message, that says more about you than it does Nolan. But it doesn't. It does not make sense. It does not. That is not what the original story was meant to tell, and it is not even honest with itself within its own film. Oh my gosh. Yeah, the American Civil War was about tariffs, not freedom or rights in the future. No, it was like the American Civil War was about trade disputes. The American Revolution was about trade disputes. The Hadrian's invasion of Israel was a counterinsurgency effort. Was a political no different from George Bush's invasion of Iraq. That is like treating like the Jewish revolt as this is treating like Hadrian's call like march across Israel as like the Gulf War, the same element as the Gulf War. That there is nothing. It's just like it tries to equate it to some kind of modern conflict that it doesn't work. That is why I refer to it as the Spec Ops: The Line of movies. It tries to have this like pontificating moral message, this moral grandstand about all be kind to your neighbor and war is bad, while utterly lacking any nuance. You cannot it does not allow you to examine it critically. And it treats you as a bad person for trying to examine the events that happen within the story critically. And that for someone like Nolan, again, here's the thing. Nolan genuinely used to be one of my most favorite filmmakers. Inception is one of my favorite action movies of all time. Interstellar is until at least maybe Project Hail Mary, which I think did a few things better, different, but in some ways better, sometimes worse. But I thought Nolan was a genuine auteur, a genuine filmmaker who was willing to accept that there was multiple ways to approach the story, and that the audience may approach a story in a different way that he will. And it's the breaking of a pedestal for me. This is again, as a movie enthusiast, I kind of in the past I kind of idolized Nolan a little bit. I have friends who idolize Nolan. If you know my buddy Kilroy, who I talk to him a lot. I talk to him a lot on Twitter. I talk to him a lot on here because he's my most frequent collab partner. He adores Christopher Nolan's movies. He's the biggest, the number one fan. But it's just and we like it for the same reasons. But because there's so many different ways to approach a movie, there's so many different ways to approach a story, but Nolan does not want that of his audience in the Odyssey. He only wants you to view it in a rigid, specific view, because he knows that it will crumble apart. The movie will crumble apart the moment that you look away, the moment that you try to examine it critically, the moment when you look away from his sermons and his preaching, and you try to examine it critically. It does not work as a film. It does not work as a story, and it does not work within the context of the story that he is adapting it from. That is my rant. That is my rant. And finally, here's the thing. My little there is still more of my script to go through, but I'm going to talk about this. Okay. The third element of the film is Odysseus is cursed by the gods to suffer but live. While this is perhaps the best handled moral element of the film, and the idea of a man being subjected to defying fate and defying the gods because it's the only thing he knows how, because his dignity and guilt requires him to defy the gods, because he cares too deeply about his men and his people and his people, and that he must defy the gods in order to do that. It does not it doesn't really know what to do with that element. It tries to be a man versus God movie. It is not a man versus monster or a man versus man movie. It tries to be a man versus God movie, but it is neither complex nor genuine enough to truly contend with the idea of man's struggles with God, gods, or fate. Nolan frequently veers into a biblical direction without mentioning the Judeo-Christian God, but he doesn't know what to do with it. It's just at the end of the movie, Calypso convinces him to surrender himself to the will of Poseidon and to let himself be punished for being cursed. The only way that the curse can be broken is if he surrenders himself to Poseidon and be punished by him. So he builds a raft and he strands himself out in the ocean, and he miraculously washes up near Ithaca. Honestly, with how you're talking about this, I feel could handle this theme better than Nolan, and I haven't even published anything. Not gonna lie, War Bad is a message that is earned. He made Graduation. Yeah, that's the thing with me. He's genuinely one of my favorite directors, and I think so many of his movies are worth watching. But not this. This is genuinely his fault. This is genuinely his fault. This is I have a lot of film Oshis. This is for me, again, James Cameron is one of my favorite directors, and I hate Avatar with a burning passion. I think it's interesting, and I engage with it in a subversive chud way. It's ooh, I want the humans to win because the humans are the good guys. It doesn't matter how bad he makes them. It's kind of like that, but in the sense of there isn't even any good or bad guys to root for or against in this movie, where it's just for me, Nolan's Odyssey is the same as it really is the same as James Cameron making Avatar and letting it get to his head, or Hayao Miyazaki making The Boy and the Heron. It's superficially good, but it's nothing of substance in the end. It's all pontificating about things that he wants to say, but it doesn't allow, there is no room for it to be examined critically. You have to accept it, or else you're a Nicky Chud. I'm gonna have some more food. I'm gonna calm down, and I'm gonna continue talking. I'm gonna put some lime juice on my food. Yeah, he made Graduation. This is really what it is. Really what it is to me. It's this guy, I don't know what went to his head. like, again, I didn't like Oppenheimer, but I'm willing to accept it as, like, a good film in and of itself. It left me with mixed feelings, but I'm willing to accept it as a technically good film that sets out to say, that says what it was trying to say. The thing is, Nolan tried to make Oppenheimer 2, but with Odysseus as Oppenheimer, this man who created a war machine and like responsible for genocide and is guilty about that, and like responsible for mass death, and he is guilty about that, and you should feel bad because that's how he feels. But Odysseus is not Oppenheimer. That is something why he doesn't understand that is just like, it's beyond me. In defense of The Boy and the Heron, I haven't watched it. I understand it's meant to be semi-autobiographical. Yes, it is. But the thing is, again, Foxtrot, you of all people are well aware of how I feel about Hayao Miyazaki. You are probably the person that has heard me most complain about him and compliment him and his work. This suffers the most. This is the movie that suffers the most from being a Hayao Miyazaki film. The Boy and the Heron. It is very self-aggrandizing. There's so much, like, at the end, like, the worst part is at the end of the movie, I was genuinely interested in the moral themes and the character arcs of the movie, but it's unsolved by the end of the film. It is left unsolved by the end of the film. The entire arc of the story is that the boy has to make peace with his stepmother, who he is, like, at odds with. And he doesn't. By the end of the story, he doesn't make peace with his stepmother. It's still a work in progress. And, like, he has to come to terms with the death of his mother and coming to accept his stepmother as, like, one of the family. But by the end of the movie, that doesn't even happen. And, like, he is, like, it's... And, at the end of that movie, there's this old man, this old wizard, who is, like, supposed to be, like, a stand-in for God or the creator of the universe, who is growing too old and wants to take hold and, like, wants to pass on the art of creation to someone else, implied to be the boy. Where it's just like, it's like, yeah, we get it. You're, like, you consider yourself the only person worthy of such a gift of creation. It's just like, You're telling me the Trojan baby stabber 30,000 was used to stab Trojan babies? Yeah, it's like there was a joke about, like, Agamemnon being Truman. I have blood on my hands, Odysseus cried. I have blood. Agamemnon turned him away. Get that credit out of here, he replied. That kind of... He is not responsible for the sack of Troy. I was. That kind of weepiness makes me sick. Yes, like, Agamemnon was basically Harry Truman in this movie. It's like, don't, like, he doesn't even do that. He's just like... Oh my god. Okay, I'm going to, onto a more lighter topic now, which will be easier to ridicule Nolan with, without me causing too much emotional pain to myself. Many of the costumes, I get it. My sexy little tunic is not entirely historically accurate, but neither is anything in this movie. Okay, so where is that? Many of the costumes are completely out of place for such a setting, and let me show you what Robert Pattinson looks like in this movie. Let me show you what he looks like in this film. Look at this. Look at this. Gentlemen, this is what he looks like. He looks like a Game of Thrones character. Here it is. Does this look Greek or Bronze Age to you, gentlemen? Does this look Greek or Bronze Age to you? Let me hear it from y'all. Does this look like the Bronze Age, like Bronze Age to you? Yes. Did you encourage to call Robert Pattinson or like Antonius the Bronze Age pervert? Is it wrong? Yeah, the historical inaccuracy would be forgivable if Nolan was successfully able to like transplant the Odyssey, make it timeless and universal. But all the indications he has, yeah, no, look, this is a Game of Thrones costume that they reused for the Odyssey, that they gave it to him. That does not look Greek. That does not look Greek, even. It is just like, again, okay. Many of the costumes are completely out of place for such a setting. In Antonius' Robert Pattinson's fur and jewelry, it looks like it came straight from Game of Thrones. Many suitors, nobles, and kings wear costumes that are entirely unfitting for the time period. Let me show you. There's Athena. Hold on. Hold on, give me a second. Hold on, where is that? Where's yeah, they got the Punisher to play King Menelaus. This is what Menelaus looks like in this is what Telemachus and Menelaus looks like. These are the costumes. This is what they look like. Okay. Many of the costumes are completely out of place for such a setting. Antonius and Robert Pattinson's fur and jewelry, it looks like it came straight from Game of Thrones. Many suitors, nobles, and kings wear costumes that are completely unfitting for the time period. Only when characters such as servants, slaves, priests, or civilians are shown, they are wearing tunics that one would associate with ancient or classical Greece. The armor is the most notable element. The black patina and modern styling of the Greeks' armor, as opposed to the polished hero cuirasses, does even more to take away from capturing the romanticism of the era. Let me go find it. It's like, again, we've seen enough of that. This is what the Trojans look like. And they're wearing ceramic armor for reasons I don't understand. They're wearing level 4 plate. This is what the Trojans look like. This is what the Trojan soldiers. These are the costumes that they wore. Look at this. They got cagged out hoplites. They're cagged out. They're they got the level 4 on. They're missing the they're missing the night vision. This is what they look like. The black patina and the modernist styling of the Greeks' armor, as opposed to the Trojans' bone-white ceramic armor, intended to look intimidating and exotic, instead takes away from the immersiveness of the film. And the same with the polished steel armor of the giants, more befitting of something like Lord of the Rings. While I have frequently praised Nolan's production design and find it stunning in films such as his Batman trilogy, Inception, Interstellar, and Tenet, again, I am a very big Nolan fan, and I still think he failed here. His minimalist and brutalist sensibilities fail him here very hard. The film attempts to be a gritty war story. Many of his design choices do not promote this ideal. Again, this is not... This is like a cheap cosplay. This is not like... there were like Spartan, like, it's out of place, but there were like Spartan cosplayers that you could take pictures with when I visited the Acropolis in Athens. There were like Spartan cosplayers you could take pictures of, these guys, like those guys, even with their like cheap armor and clearly like cheap prop clothing and like very historically inaccurate, they looked better than this. You don't even know what the material, like, I assumed it was ceramic because there's no way this could be metal. I don't get what this is supposed to be. And then this is this is Agamemnon. This is King Agamemnon. Do I think the armor looks good on paper? Like, it looks good by itself, but it looks funny. He looks like Dr. Doom. King Agamemnon. He looks like MF Doom in his helmet. He looks like MF Doom. And like, this does not look how, like, blued steel does not look like bronze. Cagdal hoplites. The Troyum have gone insane. This is the bronze. They say that this Bronze Age is becoming perverse. You get me. Oh my god. Oh my god. I feel like this is what Pete Hegseth means when he talks about adopting the Spartan mindset. I feel like you can be gritty and grounded. They're dropping Agamemnon in Caracas. They're dropping him in Moscow. They're dropping Agamemnon in Moscow. They're dropping him in the Donbass. They're dropping him in Iran. They're dropping him in Tehran. I'm losing my voice. I need more water. Oh my gosh. They airlifted him there. They're dropping him. They're dropping him in Kiev. They're dropping him in Crimea. Oh my gosh. He can be gritted in. Look at this man! Fucking where's that MF? I don't know a lot about him, but rest in peace. MF Doom. They literally made Agamemnon look like he had like a Darth Vader like presence, where it's like, okay, here's the thing with Agamemnon. Whenever he shows up in the movies, he is literally just there to stand and aura farm. He is like, he doesn't move. He has lines. He speaks to Odysseus frequently, but he doesn't move. He is like, if I had 3D tracking, unfortunately I'm just a PNG, but if I had 3D tracking, like, if you just stand, like, he's just like here, like bricked up and stanced up. He like, okay. This is literally his entire character. He just stands there. Like, imagine like Darth Vader in the original trilogy or in Rogue One, but he doesn't move. He just stands there. He doesn't even draw his weapon. He literally is stanced up in front of the camera while the camera just like, he's not even fighting. He's just aura farming. He just stands there. Agamemnon reportedly cited chasing down Dundas children on orders of Mount Olympus Langley. They say he personally dropped the J-Dam on Troy. He personally ordered the J-Dam be dropped on Troy. he personally ordered the B-61 nuclear warhead to be used on Troy. He just stands up. He's just like, where is that? Let me go find it. Mom, my This is his entire character. Look at this. Look at this, guys. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. It's him. It's him. We see the fake Agamemnon. He's like, he does not move when he confronts when Odysseus confronts his ghost in Hades. He literally doesn't move. He is like sliding across the ground. It's like, you know that scene in The Princess Bride where they have to like haul or they have to push Fezzik on this giant on this cloak and make him look like the Grim Reaper or a demon. That is King Agamemnon. He's just like, he doesn't move his legs. He just slides forward. He moves. He doesn't walk. He moves. He just slides forward towards the camera. That is his entire character. He kneels once. He is shown walking once, but all the other times he is shown sliding like on a track towards the camera, like he's like, Helen, I pissed the bed. Helen, I pissed. He just looks so ridiculous. Like, it is very good for aura farming, though. Oh my gosh. Okay, many sets do not seriously capture the vibrance and color expected of Greek architecture and art of the time. Interiors are poorly lit with long shadows, and the constant use of darkness even during daytime. The various cities of Sparta, Ithaca, and Troy feel less alive and bustling as they were back then. And more like Nolan simply filmed in current year ruins for exterior shots and reused sets for interior shots, all in the name of Nolan's failed experiment of anti-romanticism. This even extends to the ships that the Greeks used. Despite multiple historically accurate reconstructions of classical Greek ships, Nolan instead used anachronistic Viking longships for filming, something out of place and insulting to enthusiasts in the audience on the assumption that they would not notice. Okay. This is what the, hold on, where is that? This is what, like, yeah, it's, apparently they damaged the ship used to make the Odyssey and they won't pay for the damage. They used a Viking ship to portray the Greeks when this was available. This is still sailing. The Greek Navy, like, if Nolan asked, he could have asked for this. This is a commissioned ship of the Greek Navy. A reconstruction of an ancient Greek trireme and an important example of experimental archaeology. This is the one in my thumbnail. They could have used this! Why didn't they use one of these if they wanted something majestic? But no, they didn't. I'm gonna eat again. I'm gonna continue eating. Like, having been to, like, the real-life Acropolis and the real-life, like, Ephesus and, like, the cities there. And the cities there. It feels like it really does feel like again, these ruins by themselves are very impressive, and you can, but like the magic the interest comes from wanting to see ruins like these. I feel wanting to see like all these ancient cities come to life, how they were back then, how they were in Greek and Roman times. But that's not the case for Nolan, because he, like, Ithaca feels like it was built on top of, like, it feels like if Nolan took an image of the Greek Acropolis, of the Acropolis of Athens, or the Parthenon, and just like, of the Acropolis of Athens, and just like styled a set based off of that. The current year one, not the ancient one, the current year one. It feels unfinished. It feels stark and drab. Like Ithaca feels very small. We are never shown how big Sparta is, because it is very small. We are only when Telemachus goes to Sparta, we are only ever shown interior shots of Menelaus's palace. We are never shown the outside, because I feel like it would have and lesser movies have pulled it off. Unless the worst part is that lesser movies have pulled it off. Ithaca and even like the big shots of Troy, it feels stark. It feels grim. Hold on, like Troy is literally like a bunch of plaster. Like there's no color. There is no color in Troy or in Ithaca or like Sparta or any of the cities. There is no color. It is all either drab white, Troy is bone white, Ithaca is dark gray, Sparta is amber brown, and that is the only color they ever use for any of these sets. That's not a joke. It's just sad, man. It's just so sad. They there is no vibe. Like there are little hints of life and vibrance in these sets, but it is not the case. Okay. I'm gonna continue eating for this one, because this is the bulk of the argument. I'm gonna need water for this one. Okay. This is like the last of the semi-serious rants. The events that spur the Trojan War and the majority of the events of the Iliad are glossed over, but only brought up once by Helen herself. We are confronted with the end of the Trojan War in all its brutality and carnage, with none of the reasoning of what drove the Greeks to act this way. The Trojans are at the same time both dehumanized by their soldiers acting in a cruel manner towards the Greeks, but are also humanized in the brutality of the Greeks. Let me start from the beginning. I can kind of accept to a modest extent desaturation, because dye was historically expensive, but the thing is, there are other ways to show color. There are other ways to show color and vibrance in your sets, in your movies, in your ways, because there are plenty of other ways to show that, but it's not the case here. It is not. Hold on. It is not the case here, and hold on. Let me trim down this stuff here. When there is color shown, it's very stark. It's very stark. It's very grim. Very little is shown. Okay, going back. The events that spurred the Trojan War and the majority of the events in the Iliad are glossed over and only brought up once by Helen herself. We are confronted with the end of the Trojan War in all its brutality and carnage, with none of the reasoning as to what drove the Greeks to act this way. The Trojans are at the same time both dehumanized by their soldiers acting in a cruel manner towards the Greeks, yet are also humanized in the brutality the Greeks show towards their civilians, but with little actual characterization of their motivations to act this way, and the Greeks' motivation to act in such a way towards them. For a film centered around the guilt of a man being responsible for the genocide and destruction of an entire people, we are shown extremely little of those people. Like, literally, we are like for such a major focus, Troy is barely shown in the across the entire story. It is like we only see it several times when we're like seeing the big battle scenes. It's all like the battle scenes are all right, but it's just like it's not much. It's not much that we're ever shown of Troy. No, like Paris is not a character. There was a character in golden armor implied to be Paris, but it's just like it's like literally a blink and you'll miss it moment. There are like most of the majority of the Trojans are not even given names. They are not even given names. They are just guys that the Greeks shoot and whose civilians they slaughter. That is a good point. Troy isn't humanized on its own terms. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, there's no Hector, there's no Aeneas, there's no Paris. Helen is not even, like, the rescue of Helen from Troy is not even shown. It is only the battle and the destruction and, like, the desecration of the of Athena's temple that is shown. You see the opening of the gates. You see the opening of the horse. You see the opening of the horse. You see the opening of the gates, and then you see the Greek invasion and the destruction of Athena's temple, and that's it. Helen is a character in the movie, but she is never shown within Troy itself. She is never shown being rescued by Troy by Menelaus or Agamemnon. She is like there. It's never shown. Like Troy, like there are no names. Like literally. Well, remember how, like, the whole thing about named characters? Troy has no named characters. They only, like, they rarely speak. I think they rarely speak. Troy has no named characters. We are only shown what the Greeks do to them. And from all indications, this scene alone is more effective. Okay. There's a poignant scene in the Iliad where Hector comes back from the fighting to greet his young son, and his son is frightened of him in his armor. And from all indications, this scene alone is more effectively anti-war than this entire movie. Nolan tries to paint it as like all war is Nolan tries to paint like the actions of the Greeks and the actions of Odysseus as a sort of this sort of method of original, like the sort of like how original sin manifests in different people, that like war and violence is the ultimate original sin, and violence between men is the ultimate original sin, and that like in Nolan's mind at least, that's the way he portrays it, and most of it is like is a grim commentary on human nature. And like how like people like war bad because people bad, like war bad and war exists because people bad. That is the ultimate like example. Like it's like if it was to me, like this is like if like imagine like here's the thing, like I'm gonna tie this into a franchise I really love, and I talked about Fallout earlier. Fallout and how I interacted with it, especially Fallout New Vegas, is centered around the idea that like there will always be violence between human beings and people, not merely because hell is paved by good intentions. Violence and bloodshed comes as a result of people not merely out of bad intentions or malice, but because people cannot agree on which way to build the world, on what the world should look like. There is more nuance in that than simply war is bad because people are bad, and people are bad because people are greedy or egotistical or prideful or lustful or whatever. it blames the root cause of, like, Fallout blames the root cause of violence on a difference of opinion and the sad truth that humans cannot agree. The Odyssey blames the root cause of war and violence on people being bad. That is simply it. There is more nuance in a video game where you are shot in the head. There is more ideological nuance in games. In a game about, like, in a fantasy version of the Cold War America, there's more nuance in that a semi-comedic version of that than there is in a serious adaptation of the Odyssey. There is more nuance in Fallout than the Odyssey. And I mean that unironically, because there is little room to interpret Odysseus's actions or the Greeks' actions as being of moral worth. There is never a motivation given for why. There is never, like, the Trojans themselves are literally never humanized. They are simply shown as the casualties of war. The Greeks are never shown, like, the Greeks are only shown raping and pillaging, but they are never shown what motivated them to do that. And Nolan very intentionally leaves this out of the film. There is never an impetus, like there isn't even the idea of that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. There is never good intentions ascribed to the Greeks throughout the movie. They're just shown as rough men that you can sometimes sympathize with, sometimes hate. There is nothing of that. Episode not seen. War exists because people bad. Sit down, little bro. You ain't Judge Holden. It's just it treats it like, and that's the sad part again, because I love Nolan's movies and I feel like there's so many different ways to approach his films. But for this movie being opposed to nuance and interpretation, an independent interpretation and free thought, it's just tragic to me. Okay, I'm going back to my script. I compare Nolan's Odyssey to the video game Spec Ops: The Line, as many of you are aware. If romantic and fantastical depictions of Greek mythology such as Jason and the Argonauts, 300, Clash of the Titans, and various sword and sandal epics of the past portrayed both the Trojan, Persian, and Peloponnesian wars in the way that franchises such as Call of Duty or Battlefield portrayed modern warfare, then Nolan's Odyssey portrays it in the way that Spec Ops: The Line does. It tries to sink itself in grit, in groundedness, in realism, and the real, bloody, and tragic effects of what the nature of war and violence is. But it fails to properly capture the reasons as to why war and violence occurs and what truly drives people to act in such ways. It ignores the reason why the Trojan War occurred and only focuses on how it ended, the nuances of war, and why the deception of the horse, though blasphemous and perfidious, might have been necessary. The fantastical nature of the Trojan War is not something that is not one that is easily adapted to the gritty, grim modern sensibilities of conflict and violence, and this assertion is something that Nolan's Odyssey both fails to understand and fails to state. I don't think good intentions are needed, but just intentions and context to begin with. Yeah, I don't think starting a war because of a woman is a good reason, but if you chain gang that to keeping your word and faith in divine oaths, and you get me. Yes, this is what everyone else needs to hear as well. That there is more to this. It is anti-romantic. And here's the thing, Space Missiles and Foxtrot. Again, I say this again. Helen of Troy is a character in the movie, but it doesn't even focus on why she is the impetus of the war. Odysseus literally says Helen is an excuse for Agamemnon to steal the trade routes from Troy. It is about trade routes. That is what Nolan sincerely believes that the Trojan War is about. That is what he believes, that the Bronze Age collapse was because the economy was ruined by a war. That is what he sincerely, I don't know if he sincerely believes that or if he wants us to believe that, but that's what the film says. here's what I have to say. At the end of the day, Circe's transformation of the Ithacans into pigs is itself little different from Nolan's alteration of the Odyssey from a grand adventure into a somber tale. It twists the story of the original into something unrecognizable, a mockery of the spirit of the narrative, while claiming wholeheartedly yet falsely that the mockery instead shows the one true self of the original. It is Too Long Didn't Read. Circe claims that the pigs are the Ithacans' true selves. Nolan claims that his narrow, unnuanced, and very limited scope of the Odyssey is the true self and heart of the Odyssey, and neither are true. That's what I have to say. That's my big rant. That's my big script. Now I've reached the end of the script. Read Beowulf. Tolkien wrote about this. Read Beowulf, the Monsters and the Critics. It addresses this idea directly. This mindset. Okay, I am going to delve into what other people have to say about the Odyssey, and what they have to say about it. And this is what I can't do that without first stating without the romanticism of the original. This is my dear friend Demonstrous. I hope to collab with him someday because I find him a really fascinating person. He may be a monster, and his visage is frightening, but he is very wise. He is wiser than perhaps many that we come across. And I hope to journey to his Isle of Gorslab one day and commune with him and sing his songs and converse on the stories of our age. I haven't talked. Okay, this is my buddy Demonstrous. I haven't collabed with him, but I hope to one day when I get a real model. I haven't talked about it because I didn't think I had anything else to add, nor had I any intentions of seeing this film. Though I guess since I am in the mood, I will share my thoughts. Long post inbound. I echo most of the critiques and sentiment others have voiced about this film. The bizarre casting. Apparently they couldn't cast any Greek actors for this film. None. You know what? Again, she is not Greek. She is literally Persian. She is literally Persian. But to me, you might disagree. You might disagree. To me, to me, this is who Helen of Troy would look like. If you wanted a semi-historically accurate Helen of Troy, this is what she would look like. Golshifteh Farahani. This is who I can believe is both accurate to the age and the most beautiful earthly woman of their time. That's that, in my opinion, that's her. But the unappealing costume choices, the out-of-place dialogue, etc. I am all for artistic license and liberty, especially for adapting a story to a film, video games, etc. Some of my favorite films are those that took such liberties and license, though the caveat being they understood the original source material. They usually loved and respected it. Any subversions or changes work because of that respect and understanding. Does Nolan actually like or love the Odyssey? Well, no. Having seen the movie, no. Has he read, understood, and respects it? Its importance and legacy? Looking at the trailer, it certainly doesn't give that impression. That is what I, you, and so many others feel about it. I could be misinterpreting or misunderstanding this next part. Yet one of the most baffling ideas of this film appears to be this. Nolan wants the gods and monsters part to be more grounded. Here's the thing, the monstrous, my friend. He doesn't want to show them at all. He barely shows the monsters, and he doesn't show the gods. Their presence and signs being more direct and more inferred, which as a concept I don't think is an inherently terrible concept. It also creates a mystery of, was this an act of the gods, or simply a coincidence that we interpreted it as one? Primarily if the film was for being a more realistic historic take. The problem is that seems to be Nolan's design philosophy on the supernatural, while all the mundane goes into the fantastical. It is not grounded at all, nor in history nor in myth. The casting, costume, dialogue, and music are outlandish in all the wrong ways. It does not evoke the atmosphere of a myth from ancient Greece or the late Bronze Age. At best, it feels vaguely Mediterranean to me. It doesn't to me. It feels like excessively European with American accents for some reason. Again, I compared it to the coast of Scotland. Even films such as Clash of the Titans, both the remake and the original, feel more faithful to the myth of Perseus and Andromeda, which is saying something because films take massive creative liberties with the original myth. The Kraken, Calibos, and Jinn are not Greek. Yet, to my recollection, those films were never trying to be mythologically accurate retellings, especially the 2010 version, yet they were trying to tell a fantasy of their own. Plus, they actually have epic, creative creature designs that feel mythical, once again, especially the 2010 version. I digress. Too long didn't read. Nolan's take on the Odyssey feels very pretentious and uninteresting to me, which is true. The comments by the cast only furthered that impression. I'm going to pass on it. These are various shots from Clash of the Titans and 300. One of the things I needed to crack from Nolan was how to approach mythological elements in a sort of real-world way. The big breakthrough creatively in thinking about the gods was that everything that is now explained by science was the one supernatural. Lightning, thunder, earthquakes, volcanoes. People are literally seeing gods everywhere. Not even the evidence of gods, they're seeing the actions of gods. I don't want to say too much about it beyond indicating that yes, the evidence of the supernatural is all around these people. It's very much a part of their lives, and it's whatever. I think we share, is what I had to say. I think we share each other's sentiment in that this film is the worst of both worlds, limbo, both visually and thematically. The Iliad and the Odyssey could be either adapted as a colorful, intense fantasy adaptation where gods and monsters are directly involved with classic sword and sandal style. Or he could have made a gritty, historically accurate war film about the Trojan War. Nolan, by his nature, could never do the former, despite audience demand, so he tries to do elements of the latter, but for some reason destroys the historical accuracy with a modernist art house approach that both takes itself far too seriously in a pretentious manner, while disrespecting the substance of the original myth by involving various elements that are incongruous to the spirit of the original. It's style over substance, but the style lacks substance of its own. I guess more like... that's what I have to say. There's my Helen, and then this is from the perspective of a Greek person. Greeks are one of the smallest minorities in the world. This is why I don't consider us white or European. Greeks are Greek. Placing this diminishing people in a wider cultural and genetic net that spans 4 million square miles is like squashing Japanese and Indians under the umbrella term Asian. The rich history of each country reaches back thousands of years, and it should be respected. So if Hollywood wants to play the diversity game, Nolan is the king of racists by not casting a single Greek in the Odyssey. The entire cast should be Greek. The language should be Greek. The costumes and props should be Greek. Nolan knows this and didn't honor it, which is why he doesn't dare premiere the film where the story originated. Screw him, screw Hollywood, and I'm hurt and disappointed by every friend who openly objects to the film but is choosing to give Nolan money anyway. Years from now, when we ask why we lost the culture war, remember why you couldn't hold the line. You broke range for a bucket of popcorn, lined away by a momentary temporary treat like sailors to sirens. You claim to have read the Odyssey, that you respect it, but you fail to understand and act upon its key messages. Never trade the future and its past for the madness of the present, or you'll lose all three. There are approximate, and that's what he has to say about that. Just saw the here's the thing, and I am partially responsible because I had to go see it for myself. Just saw the Odyssey, it sucks. That sucks. Well, the important thing is that you gave Christopher Nolan money. That'll teach him. The concept of voting for a wallet is lost on so many people these days. I do wonder how many are claiming to give it money but are actually no hope. Here's the thing. If I pirated this movie, I would be obligated to make a stream about it. And if I pirated this movie, YouTube would take it down. So I am using my little flag as a content creator and say, I have an excuse. It is not a good excuse. It is not a good excuse as anyone else to have seen this film. But it is not a it is like I have not any excuse other than I wanted to see it for content. But at least I have a rant to say about it. say this with sadness, not anger. If you bought a ticket for the Odyssey this weekend, you have surrendered the right to complain about Hollywood ruining movies. Your words and actions are not in alignment, you cannot lead others, but you can't even follow yourself. Takashi Kitsune, I think for viewers, influencers paying to see it, to tell everyone else not to from an objective place can be argued as correct. That said, I do see your point as well. I am using this platform to say, don't go see it. If you like Christopher Nolan movies, go see it. If you like philosophical art house movies, go see it. If you don't like either of these things, or if you want a spectacle, if you're looking for a spectacle, then stay home. If you're looking for deep stories, then stay home. That is what I have to say, and I cannot say this any more clearly without any element of a joke. Stay home. Like if you care about the Odyssey and of Greek literature, stay home. Yeah, the funniest line in the Odyssey isn't our Age of Bronze is collapsing. It's Odysseus explaining to Penelope that the abduction of Helen stuff was just an excuse, and Agamemnon did all that shit for socioeconomic reasons, control of trade routes. And then here we get into the complicated elements. Okay. I'm not going to. You can read it on your own. Hold on. I am going. Okay. Emily Wilson went to town on Nolan's Odyssey. Nolan's Odyssey lacks many of the elements that made the poem great. And it's not. This is okay for context. Who Emily Wilson is. Okay. For who Emily Wilson is. She is where is this? Emily Wilson completely changed the meaning of a key word in the Odyssey to make it seem like Helen of Troy didn't blame herself for starting the Trojan War, when in fact the text makes it clear that she did. Helen calls herself dog-faced. This is an insult meaning shameless. It is commonly used to refer to unfaithful lovers. For example, it is used elsewhere in the Odyssey to refer to Aphrodite after she cheats on Hephaestus with Ares. Phagos translates this to, all you Achaeans fought at Troy, launching your headlong battles just for my sake, shameless whore that I was. Lattimore translates to, for the sake of shameless me, the Achaeans went beneath Troy, their hearts intent upon reckless warfare. Wilson completely changes the meaning of dogface to be hounded. She's trying to be cute by translating dogface to a word that still relates to dog, even though its actual meaning is completely unrelated. Then she applies this word to the Achaeans, saying that they were hounded, not Helen. Her translation is in the image below. This is very obviously an ideological change that she made because she personally believes Helen shouldn't be blamed for the Trojan War. She deliberately distorted the meaning of one of the foundational texts of Western literature to conform to her modern beliefs. In the translation of the Iliad, Robert Fagles has Achilles call Agamemnon a king who devours his people. Emily Wilson, in her new translation, renders that line, "Cannibal king, you eat your people up." So this is already coming from a person who has an ideological bent and is intent on altering the course of the story for her motive and not translating it faithfully. And this is what she had to say about the Odyssey. Nolan's Odyssey lacks many of the elements that made the poem great. It has nothing convincing to say about time, memory, history, war, or any of the relationship between one warrior's glorious return to the lives of his family, adversaries, comrades, friends, and neighbors. It lacks psychological, emotional, and political and ethical depth. Its narrative structure is gimmicky. The writing is abysmal. None of the characters have convincing motivation for their actions or words. There are no sex scenes, and all the food looks horrible. People being very... Here's the thing, an uncomplicated man. I'm not going to read all of this, but this is from her herself, Emily Wilson. Christopher Nolan's $250 million action movie version. You can barely even call it an action movie because there are the fight scenes aren't particularly excellent. of Homer's ancient Greek poem is an entertaining way to hide from high temperatures for a few hours. Nolan's trademark jumps and twists in the narrative structure are relatively easy to follow and appropriate for the Odyssey, a narrative of tales nested in tales. My teenagers had a good time. Unlike some of Nolan's older films, this is where I disagree, Miss Wilson. The Odyssey is boring, but thanks to the source material, which is impossible to mess up entirely, it's a family-friendly audiovisual spectacle. Okay, will I say there are parts of the Odyssey that I enjoyed? Yes, but that can only be chopped up. That is only when removed from the host body that I can consume it. If I consume it in full, it is wriggling around in my body and makes me vomit. It is a family-friendly audiovisual spectacle like an elaborate 4th of July fireworks display and with the same level of narrative and emotional depth. I'm not going to read all of this, but feminist Odyssey translator blasts out Chris Nolan's The Screenplay as abysmal. I would be ashamed to have been written any part of this script. I thought it was great when Emily Wilson got angry at filmmaker Christopher Nolan last week for being too woke. But then Wilson went. I was humbled to learn that Nolan has read at least the first line of my translation of the Odyssey in iambic pentameter. In one interview, he cited my version of the first line of the poem "Tell Me About a Complicated Man." But I would be ashamed to have written any part of the script. Sadly, Damon's Odysseus is not complicated or wily or artful. One of Odysseus's most famous and funniest and most famous tricks in Homer is to tell Polyphemus is that his name is no man. While the blinded giant screams for help from his neighbors, the other Cyclops are reassured to learn that no man is hurting him. In the movie, Odysseus doesn't even have to outwit Polyphemus because the Cyclops is a puppet that has no wits. Perhaps more surprising from the director of Oppenheimer, Damon looks at me. Lamoxi Odysseus, admittedly I'm not familiar with that word, also seems to lack technological intelligence, polymechania. This critique tracks the same criticisms provided by right-wing commentators. I'm not going to read all of this, like with Emily Wilson's article herself, but you can read it on your own. I will link it in the description. People describe me and my translation of the Odyssey as confused, woke, feminist cat lady core. Well, you are. That's the problem, is that you are. Unfortunately, that you are woke as I am a chud. I accept that. I am a chud, you are woke. That is, let's make no buts about it. But it's not true. Well, as she says. I actually had a lot of issues with Nolan's adaptation. Most notably, were all the sex scenes. Where's the sex scene with Circe? I'm gonna go find it. I'm gonna go find my Circe. Give me a second. I'm gonna go find my Circe again. Where is the where is the sex scene with Circe? as I put one of my Oshis on screen. Where's the sex scene with Calypso? Where's the sex scene with Calypso? Let me go find Calypso. Where's the sex? I am being a bit of a horn dog here, but like better elements than that. Where's the sex scene with Penelope? Let me go find something adequate of that regard. Hold on. You know what? In your opinion, gentlemen, what VTuber would represent Penelope? This mindset. Insert obligatory shillings of the Fagles translation with introduction by Bernard Docs here. I see. You know what? She's probably gonna hurt me for this if she ever finds this. We'll go with this as Penelope. Old wise. I guess no. She's more Athena. No. Let me go scour Phase Connect for that. Who would be Penelope? No, Datsu. I'm sorry, Mr. Demonstrous. I know this is your Oshi. She would be Penelope. I could see that. Dizzy Dokuro. Yes, that would be Penelope. If elements from the Telegony were included, there could have been a sex scene with Calidise too. Well, I don't have a frame of reference for who Calidise is. And of course, in the poem, the suitors in the maze have lots of sex. So what are those sex scenes? Oh, I'm lightheaded, man. This is doing numbers with me. Naturally, I am slapping myself. Well, okay, if Dizzy is If Dizzy is Penelope, that would make the monstrous Odysseus, which means he was forced into. he is more polyphamous than Odysseus, even though as wise and as gallant as he is. I'm not gonna delve into that anymore. Hold on, let me go find what I forgot to put out, but I was looking for. Hold on, please. There it is! I found it! Oh my gosh, I found it! Hold on, where is Mr. Roman Helmet? Mr. Roman Helmet. Let me go find his the Odyssey. You will be interested in this, Foxtrot. You will be interested in this. I don't know VTubers well. If I were to cast any character as Penelope, I feel like Girls Front Lines, Springfield or Lee Enfield would fit. That's an amazing casting, though. I could really easily see, okay, of course, in that scenario, who would be Athena? Either M4A1 or M16A1. Because because here's the thing, Athena, when I think of Athena, and I try to imagine, someone who, both in my delvings of her in Greek mythology, and, from an image of a person, who could embody those ideals. Who I think of is the boss from Metal Gear Solid 3. That is unironically who I think of. If you wanted me to translate Athena into a modern context, she would probably look like this. She would unironically look like, where is that? She would, if you wanted me to cast Athena from a video game character, she would look like this. I guess maybe a bit older than Athena would be, but she has that sort of wise motherliness while still being a lady of war and that sort of thing. I think you would miss this, but I referred to Athena as female John Bolton. Yeah, Springfield and the cafe maps cleanly onto Ithaka. Kalina is Telemachus. No, Kalina is Telemachus. But yeah, this is what I think of when I imagine Athena. So someone like Athena. This is what I think of. And I feel like unironically, Big Boss easily could have been Odysseus. I think he's even given that name. I think during Metal Gear Solid 5 or 4, Big Boss is given the name Odysseus. No, I think by someone he's given a lot of. Hold on. No, is the name Odysseus even mentioned within Metal Gear? No, Odysseus. No, or Ulysses. No, no, it's not. No, he is not. But I could imagine Big Boss like, because I already imagine him to be like in a sword cap, to be like, okay, here's the thing. It's easy to I guess it's easy to visualize an older big boss as a returning Odysseus, but well, especially at the end of Metal Gear Solid, especially at the end of the Metal Gear Solid 4. I guess if Solid Snake was Telemachus, then Big Boss easily could have been Odysseus. The sort of inheriting of the throne and that sort of thing. But like, here's the thing. For all my mentions of Metal Gear is unironically more romantic. It is more of a romantic story, and it is both anti-war and more of a romantic story with heroes and villains and the people and the fate of the world being responsible by a few good and evil men. It is more romantic and fantastical than Nolan's Odyssey. I need to hold on. Let me look at what did Kojima have to say about this? Hold on. Did he have anything to say about the Odyssey? Hold on. Let me go find it. Let me go find it. Hold on. Did Kojima himself have anything to say about this? It seems he saw Masters of the Universe, but he didn't see the Odyssey. Oh, hold on. No, he's watching Ulysses. Hold on. Let me go see Inception. Yeah. Let me go find Kojima. What else did he see? A current major Chinese event in Girls Frontline 2 is called Siege of Iliad. I will watch Yu Zhang's career. I will continue to watch Yu Zhang's career with great interest. But yeah, Kalina's Telemachus. But yeah, okay. Let's show the Chudacy for a moment. The Chudacy is abysmal. Classicist. The inspiration from. Okay. Where's the Chudacy? Where's the? Hold on, please. I need to find it again. Did I lose that? Please don't tell me I lost it. Okay, while I look for it, astounding evisceration of the Nolan aid is secretly base position from Emily Wilson. From Emily, Nolan's Odyssey, too fake and gay for Emily Wilson. Hold on. Hold on. Let me go find everything else. I would have ashamed. Emily Wilson wrote the translation of the Nolan relied on most. We criticized her a lot. I am fine accepting her on Team Chud. Every good classicist knows that this film is the most barren absolute slop. Hello, academic historians. It's okay. You can join the Chuds. This film is garbage. With our powers combined, I dreamed that one day we might even bully Hollywood into shooting an ancient history movie with shiny armor. There we go. I've completed the opening lines of the Chudacy. I'll provide a detailed breakdown of my choices below. Tell me, Muse, of the crafty Chud, who was forced to spam side quests after he sacked Troy's sacred citadel. He saw the cities of many and learned of their minds, and his aura suffered much on the wide sea, suffering for his own life and the homecoming of his companions. Still, he could not save his bros, yea, though he locked in, they were destroyed by their own reckless retardation. For they chowed down on the oxen of the sun god Helios, and he snatched them from the day on from them on the day of their homecoming. Speak now, immortal Floyd, daughter of Zeus. Begin our story where you will. There it is. That's the Odyssey. We're gonna see more of this later, hopefully. Okay. If you need me to read this, then I will. Again, I don't want to get into like the politics of this guy because he can get pretty political here. But I would have adored to narrate this. I would adore to narrate this. And then we're gonna see something that makes us mad. Okay, how long have I been going? 3 hours. You know what? I can keep going. Because this unironically might be one of my more important streams. So here's the thing. I love Pentex Productions. But he's going to say something that I'm going to hate, and I'm going to rail against, and I'm going to eat during it. Just as Odysseus's men swallowed up the Circe's meal, I am going to eat and commentate on this. Let's increase the volume. Hold on. There we go. Okay. We've been going for 3 hours.
When making the genre-defining Superman movie, director Richard Donner had a poster on the wall of his office of
Superman flying through the air, dragging a sign by him that says verisimilitude. Because the story had to have its own honesty. Everybody had to believe it was real.
Like most of these academic-y sort of words, it comes from Latin. Verum meaning truth and similis meaning similar. And in the context of fiction, verisimilitude is something having the appearance of truth or realism. Donner had this poster on his wall because his mission was to make you believe a man could fly. We know people can't fly in real life, but thanks to verisimilitude, we can believe it in the context of the reality created by the movie.
He wants to believe in those myths. And when you can make an audience believe that what's happening on the screen, even though it's totally extraordinary, that this is actually happening, that's when you have verisimilitude.
Tom Mankiewicz, funny enough, he wrote a lot of Bond movies, and a lot of James Bond movies, and I mostly watch Pentex because of his analysis of James Bond.
I've been thinking about this a lot recently because of the reaction by certain corners of the internet to the Odyssey trailer, with people apparently getting upset about things like, hang on, let me just check my notes here. Oh yeah, American accents using modern words like dad, the cast not looking like the gang from Troy, and something about armor and boats.
Yeah, because these are all valid criticisms. And it takes you out of the movie to hear Robert Pattinson say the word daddy. It takes you out of the movie instead of saying father or papa or something even along those lines.
Now, I try to avoid these sorts of conversations because I prefer to do literally anything else with my time.
Well, too bad, because that's the truth of it, and that's what people think, and they have a right to that opinion.
But I do think that the Odyssey is an interesting starting point to talk about verisimilitude, and I guess media literacy more broadly. Because this sort of conversation isn't new. I mean, we saw it.
You want to talk about media literacy, then this movie is not it.
With Gladiator 2 just last year. But what frustrates me is that with movies like The Odyssey, it tends to get talked about in terms of historical accuracy. It's not historically accurate to insert weirdly specific thing here.
Yeah, but when you combine everything, all these things combined,
that stops me enjoying the movie.
Now,
putting aside the fact that The Odyssey is not history, it's mythology.
Yeah, but it's not mythologic either.
And putting aside the fact that if you ask two historians for their opinion about something, you'll probably come away with 3 different answers. And also putting aside
all of them will agree this movie is bad.
That the term historical accuracy can sometimes be used as a bit of a dog whistle by bad faith outrage merchants who want an excuse to be a bit racist on the internet.
Oftentimes they have a reason to be racist on the internet.
There is also a genuine and good faith conversation to be had about how far filmmakers should or shouldn't go in trying to bring history to life in an authentic way. But when we talk about that in the context of film and fiction, which The Odyssey is, we're not talking about historical accuracy, we're talking about verisimilitude. Like, we all know what statues from the ancient world look like, right?
I've been there in real life and it's gorgeous.
The beautiful white marble we've seen for all our lives. Well, originally, these were mostly painted bright, garish colors and looked...
One, that's the Romans, Two, I literally would not have minded if more of the statues looked like this in the movie, because there's more color in this frame than in the entire movie.
Nothing like the classical, elegant sculptures that we're so used to seeing in museums. But I guarantee that if Christopher Nolan whacked a Technicolor statue in the background of his temple, people would be losing their mind.
No, they wouldn't. They would accept it as a genuine historical artifact.
It may be more authentic, but it feels weird to look at this sort of thing, no matter how much our rational brain might be telling us it's more accurate. And so, when making an historical epic, the important thing is not that it be perfectly representative of that period of history. The important thing is that we, the audience, believe that this world and
all of this could be summarized. This would all be fine except the Odyssey lacks verisimilitude. Yeah.
These characters are real. And so, filmmakers will continue to depict the ancient world with white marble, because verisimilitude is more important than historical accuracy. And to use the most basic example,
Thank you, Foxtrot, because I'm gonna. I'm gonna. There we go. No, I'm not gonna leave a like on this. I'm still gonna subscribe to him, but this is something that I feel like he's approaching deliberately in bad faith.
in historical epics, everyone speaks modern English instead of Latin or whatever, because these are Hollywood movies being made for mostly English-speaking audiences. Is that historically accurate? Of course not, but we understand that within the reality created by the film, the English being spoken represents another language, and so hearing English...
Yes, but what if it takes us out of the film?
English doesn't feel unrealistic or unbelievable in the context of the movie. Verisimilitude. But on the other end of the spectrum, if the audience in Gladiator were all wearing jeans, or if Ed Sheeran cropped up in Game of Thrones, it would not feel real because it is inconsistent with the reality created by the film. But in a movie like Aladdin, the genie can make references to modern pop culture, or A Knight's Tale can use modern rock music and brand logos. And in both cases, we accept it because these things feel real in the context of the film's reality. And this has nothing to do with historical accuracy and everything to do with verisimilitude. But here's the thing about verisimilitude. It is, in part, informed by cultural and filmmaking conventions. We expect certain things from certain genres, and when those things are different from the established conventions, it's harder to believe them so easily. So, for example, in historical epics, everyone speaks English, but the long-standing filmmaking convention for most actors who aren't Kirk Douglas and Spartacus has been to speak with British accents, specifically received pronunciation of classical theatre.
You seem most anxious to be present. I saw no harm in granting him permission. Didn't you?
After today, never again.
Hold on.
Slide out the
Hold on,
extent
let me
of
look
Egypt's
at-
wealth.
What about Apocalypto? I will also argue that verisimilitude can be used to excuse harmful and unfair historical stereotypes.
So when people heard American accents and the word dad instead of father in the trailer for an historical epic, they were confused because those are not things that we're used to hearing in this sort of movie. Never mind that in ancient Greece, an American accent is just as historically inaccurate as a British one.
Yes, but there is more dramatic weight to something.
feels more real than the other because of decades of filmmaking convention telling us that people in these sorts of movies should have British accents and not American ones. And this has nothing to do with historical accuracy and everything to do with verisimilitude. And look, if you're actually the sort of person who found the accents to be a bit discombobulating when you saw the trailer, then sure, art is subjective and everyone's experience is different.
Well, yours is
Personally,
wrong.
I don't really mind, but I understand why some people do. Because a lot of the way in which we consume media is instinctive and immediate. If something feels off in the moment...
If I consumed the Odyssey on something being instinct... You know why I gave this movie a 5 out of 10? Because I was still thinking about it superficially. I was reminded of the beautiful sunset at the end of the movie. But what is missing from that 5 out of 10, which has dropped me down to 4 to 3 out of 10? My final rating is genuinely a 4, maybe a 3 out of 10. Why I rated it a 5 at its best was because I was thinking too highly. And if I were to approach this on a superficial level, this is a glorious film. It's an amazing movie. But the issue is, there is so much more than simply people talking and moving on stage. On the screen. There is more to a movie than just the idea of a good movie. And there is an idea of a good movie in the Odyssey, but it never materializes.
If the verisimilitude is not there, then it can be difficult for you to change your mind about how you feel, regardless of any rational arguments to the contrary. And that's the biggest challenge with verisimilitude. You can't measure it. It's not rational. It's all about vibes. It's about what feels real. It's the same reason dinosaur movies rarely give them feathers. Culturally, our collective understanding of what dinosaurs look like is still largely based on Jurassic Park, despite decades of evidence to the contrary. But in order to achieve verisimilitude, in order for filmmakers to get the audience to believe that these dinosaurs are real, then a good
This is not a good
starting point is to have them line up with what the audience already expects a dinosaur to look like. But this ends up becoming a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy. People think dinosaurs look like this, or marble statues look like this, or classical dialogue sounds like this, or the cast of historical epics should look like this. Then what happens is those beliefs become reinforced by movies and pop culture, which in turn makes future filmmakers more likely to just follow the herd, as it were. So this is where filmmakers like Christopher Nolan have an opportunity to come along with their enormous levels of influence and...
Okay, this is an actual set from the film. This is supposed to be Ithaca. This is all of Ithaca. This is all we are ever shown of Ithaca. Now you're seeing my issues with it? This looks like a ruin. This looks like a ruin that Nolan decided to film it. It does not feel real. This whole video is about verisimilitude. This does not feel real to me. This does not feel like real ancient Greece to me. This feels like he filmed in a ruin, and then that's it. In all of your gigantic budget and infinite wisdom, could you not construct a few more parts of Ithaca? This is supposed to be a city-state, a grand city-state with hundreds of people, with like thousands of people, and this can barely support 100.
Creative capital and deliberately challenge some of these long-standing conventions because that is how any art form evolves.
Yeah, but it doesn't do that well.
When Hollywood makes a mistake, it's always the same mistake, which is to forget how much people want something new, how much they want something they haven't seen before, they don't know that they want. Because obviously it's easy to analyze things that have worked in the past and kind of follow that path. But the way I like to term it is, the biggest risk in motion pictures is to not take a risk. You have to be putting it out there and offering people something new, and that's what will get them out of their houses.
But this is one of the problems with the current state of online film conversation and this temptation we have to hyperanalyze weirdly specific aspects of movies based on their trailers. Because a trailer is not a movie, and so when you watch a trailer for a big historical...
That's all they show. That's all they show of Kilo, by the way. They don't show any tentacles. They don't show any... They don't show a monster, they just show a whirlpool.
Epic like the Odyssey, you're watching it removed from the context of the rest of the movie,
Fun fact, everything you see in the trailer is within the context of the movie.
which means you're watching it without the verisimilitude, without knowing what this film establishes about its own reality. I think this is what Nolan was getting at when he said, these conversations that happen before people see the film, they're always irrelevant because no one having them knows what the film actually is.
Guys, gentlemen, should I skip this one and move on to the other film reviews that I want to get through to witness this stream? Because this is very evidently less about the Odyssey itself and more about the analyzation of a trailer. I'm going to keep playing it for now.
Because when you actually watch the movie itself, none of this matters. Just like the cast of
does.
Chernobyl speaking English with a range of regional British accents instead of Russian ones, or indeed Kirk Douglas using an American accent in Spartacus, there is a verisimilitude to the Odyssey and its dialogue, and a consistency of presentation that allows us to believe what we are seeing and
I don't
accept
believe
the
I
reality
never
of
like
the
the thing
story.
is that immersion breaks constantly. I never once believed what I was seeing. That would be a stretch. There were times when I got into the movie. It's a very easy movie to get into, but if you actually cared about the elements involved, then you would be looking at it through a critic's eye, and you would be right. This is. It lures you in with the impression of impressive visuals, but then it's...
And these characters because, hot take, Christopher Nolan knows how to make a movie.
Well, he
When you
seemingly
watch a
forgot
movie,
this time.
any movie, you will enjoy it more if you are introduced to the reality of that film's world in the way intended by the filmmaker, not by some marketing department or by having your judgment influenced by what people on the internet tell you should think.
Yes, but the input of those people is valuable. That is how there is a gap between merely go see the movie if you're going to complain about it. What if I don't wish to? What if I don't wish to use this in any space of my time? The secondary opinions matter, and you should listen to them first. You don't if a firefighter tells you if there is discourse between, I don't know. Look, okay. If an exterminator tells you to not go in the house, there is poison gas in there. Would you That's not a good example. Okay. If you okay, imagine you're in a war. Why am I putting so much effort into this analogy anyway? You're in a war. You're in a trench. You're in a trench. Someone the soldier next to you tells you there's a sniper. You're not gonna go look up to check if there's a sniper. You're not gonna do that. You're not gonna do that. If they say the bad guys are shooting at us, you're not going to look up and check. The secondary opinions are important, and yes, it's all well and good to see the movie in and of itself, but it's not. This is not the right way to present such an argument.
But I will acknowledge that the whole point of a trailer is for people to judge a movie. They are designed to convey genre and tone and style and to sell you on going to see it. So when making a trailer, filmmakers should be conscious of the fact that, rightly or wrongly, people will judge it based on weirdly specific things.
Feel free
like
to move
this,
on.
even
Well, I'm
if
going to
those
listen for a
things
little bit
aren't
more, because
perfectly
again,
believable in the context of
I'm
the
subbing
film
this guy.
itself.
I might
so I
as
guess
well
what I'm
write
saying
out
is
his
that
derivative.
two things can be true at once. The first is that the online response to this exchange in the trailer was entirely predictable and avoidable because it felt inconsistent with people's expectations.
It would still have, even in the context of the issue is that, even in the context of the movie, not all of this is
how people
all of
speak
this
in
is pointless in
historical
the context of the
epics,
movie,
and so
because
perhaps
it's
did
still
not give the
immersion-
best
it's
first
still
impression
immersion
of the
breaking in the
dialogue
movie.
in the Odyssey. And the second thing that can be true is that this doesn't matter even a tiny bit when you see it in its proper context, because
I saw it in its proper context, and there was little it could do to budge me from my original position.
all of the dialogue in the film is presented in this way, and so we very quickly accept the reality of it because, say it with me now, verisimilitude. So yes, you are allowed and indeed encouraged to make judgments about movies based on their trailers, and you're also allowed to dislike a movie for any reason that you want. Again, art is subjective and everyone's experience is different. But I do think you should have at least watched the movie.
No, I made that mistake, and I knew I just liked it. But at the end of the day, I know why I hate it, and now I can say to everyone else, don't watch this movie.
Before you decide whether or not you dislike it. And I also think that maybe you should give the benefit of the doubt to the end Inception. I don't know, maybe the guy knows. Bring me to another term that kind of goes hand in hand with verisimilitude, but is far less Latin and academic. And that term is the rule of cool. As defined by TV tropes, the rule of cool is proportional to its awesomeness. In other words, all but the most pedantic of viewers will forgive liberties with reality as long as the result is wickedness with knives and stakes. Now, obviously, the rule of cool is going to be very subjective because people disagree over what is cool. But I think we can all agree that reality, rationally, it goes against old man yelling at clouds. I do think that this kind of cynical, nitpicking, cinema-sin style of film criticism that has been popularized over the last 15 years or so has made filmmakers less willing
It's not willing to make me.
to deploy the rule of cool, out of fear it'll come across as silly or lame, or that it will undermine the verisimilitude of the film. You may be trying to go for something.
All right, I'll move. You know what? Okay, fine. I feel bad. Again, I don't like what this guy is saying, but I've liked what he said in the past, so I'm trying to give him I am trying to give him my due respect.
As awesome as Legolas riding down the stairs on a shield in the Two Towers, but if you go too far, you may end up with Legolas bouncing up the falling bricks in The Hobbit. So people tend to kind of play it safe and not try to do anything ambitious or risky, resulting in movies that feel a bit sterile. Anyway,
This movie ends up being horrifically sterile.
the point I'm making, in a very roundabout way, is that when I saw that Christopher Nolan was making an historical epic based on Greek mythology, I was absolutely looks cool as hell. Is it historically accurate? No, but it's not trying to be. It's trying to be cool as hell.
It was funny, though. I will say Agamemnon was funny. He was cool and he was funny, but that's like one of the few good parts of the movie.
Because, as I just said, the purpose of a trailer is for you to judge a movie and for it to tell the audience what to expect from it. And what these trailers are making abundantly clear to anyone with an ounce of media literate adaptation of the Odyssey.
Stop. Oh, God. I hate that term so much. I'm not even going to get into it right now. I hate that. Stop using the term. It's just. People will say that they're media literate and then beat you over the head for interpreting a work the way you personally interpret it because it's too chud or not woke enough. I'm so tired.
He's trying to make a big, epic summer blockbuster. Because we actually had a literal, historically accurate adaptation of the Odyssey last year. It was called The Return, and none of you saw it, even though it absolutely rocks. I mean, look how jacked Ralph Fiennes is here. Jesus. But Nolan's movie, like all of his movies, is a big movie aimed at a wide audience who are wanting to go to the movies to have a cinematic experience of the kind that he has been consistently delivering for over 20 years.
The issue is that he genuinely doesn't know how to make this movie.
Because he has proven time and again that he is the master of the rule of cool. Well, actually, I take that back. Ridley Scott is the master of the rule of cool, but Christopher Nolan is very much his spiritual successor.
Something that I'm kind of like forced to confront is that as many gripes from what I hear, Denis Villeneuve he's taken a lot of liberties with this depiction of Dune. As a film goer, I loved it, but I do want to read the books to have a greater grasp of the things that he missed, because a lot of again, I think his movie, I think the Dune, Denis Villeneuve's Dune movies are beautiful, but I have to look I want to one day look into the source material at least And but the thing is, he's like he is shown to be like, again, as someone who adores Chris Nolan's movies, I have a bit more hopes in Villeneuve and Denis Villeneuve and his ability, a greater ability to greater at like this is like, okay. Villeneuve has already had his rise, but now we're basically seeing Nolan's fall. This is he's faced he's faced criticism before that he deserves, but this is the first time that I feel like he really needs to have like he needs like if anything, you might not like Emily Wilson. I don't like her. But something that I'm genuinely hoping for is that Nolan will see that criticism, her criticism of his script, and he will realize what he has created. He will he will realize that his ego has gone too far, and that's something that needs to be drilled into people. If I thought my ego was too good, I thought for a time I thought the stuff that I wrote was masterpieces and leagues ahead of my classmates of my classmates. That was not the case. It was not. I was self-aggrandizing and narcissistic to myself. If Nolan cannot understand that, if Nolan can if someone tells him to his face, I even stirred up my own ego not too long ago and writing something highly pretentious and highly, I don't know. No one really wanted to read it. I liked writing it. I had fun writing it, but the person who I wrote it for read it to my face and said, "I don't like it," and I had to accept that. Because I had to realize, what did he not like that I will still keep anyway, and what did he not like that were valid criticism, and most of it was valid criticism, and that's something that I'm hoping Nolan learns from this. Even like he's probably gonna let the money and the praise and the glory all go to his head, but if anyone else, if at least Wilson is willing to call him out on this, then he might listen before it's too late for him.
Even though his Dark Knight trilogy was part of the whole gritty, grounded, realistic reboot genre of the early 2000s that largely ditched the comic book-inspired stylization from 90s superhero movies, he still takes the time to give us cool shots of Batman standing around looking cool, or the Joker blowing up a building. Everything being done in these movies is being done because having a fight on a glacier with ninja swords is just cool. And as for the rest of Nolan's filmography, well, this is cool. It's not saying that doing something cool gives an automatic free pass to filmmakers for not putting the effort into telling a believable and consistent story.
I'm going to pause on that for a second. I'm going to simmer on that. I'm going to wash my hands. I want you, again, I want to pause on that. Because he did not do this. He fundamentally did not do this in the making of that film. Give me a second. Please pardon me. I will need to get some water later, but we're going to continue with this right now.
Or not trying to achieve verisimilitude. As Zack Snyder showed us with the Rebel Moon, cool visuals only get you so far.
Honestly,
you still need to actually tell a compelling story and have interesting, believable characters, not action figures swishing their capes around in slow motion for 2 hours. But what I am saying is that I think we should be celebrating filmmakers like Christopher Nolan who use their enormous creative capital to actually take a big swing on something like the Odyssey and not just play it safe and boring.
Please make a Warhammer 40k movie with Zack Snyder. It is tailor-made for someone like you.
Whether or not those risks pay off is a matter of personal preference, but it is much more interesting than just doing the same thing as everyone else. Because I would much rather see a master take a risk and fall short, rather than not even try.
Well,
I just mentioned
No, EXO, no, don't get into 40K. Well, it's just like, don't do it. Don't worry. It's just like it's all still sweaty. It's all still sweaty and gay to me. But like, it's look. Okay, look. Foxtrot. I look. Look. I can't stop myself from reading the wiki article. Felix, don't get into 40K. Walter White, give here. No, but look. I was reading about the Grey Knights earlier, and it seemed interesting. Like, look, I'm not gonna buy figures or whatever. That's cringe and gay. But I would like to play Bolt Gun though. I unironically would like to play Bolt Gun because it looks like a fun game. But I'm not. Look, I understand you have your criticisms of it, but look, I'm still partially curious of it. You cannot blame me for being curious, okay? Please.
Ridley Scott, and say what you want about his filmography.
He's fallen off.
Even the movies of his that are less well received still have a bunch of moments in them that are simply there because they are cool as hell. The movie may not be great, but damn it, you gotta respect the man for actually trying to deliver something awesome.
The 40K hater when the 40K lover comes in.
Nolan himself said of Gladiator 2, Scott knows we are not there for insights into Roman culture.
Yeah, but
We're
Gladiator 2 was still bad.
to see our own dark desires at a comfortable remove. Why are there sharks in the Colosseum? Because we demand them. Now compare Ridley Scott to, say, Guy Ritchie. He's made some brilliant movies with character and style, and that were distinctly his.
I still need to see
he chose
Snatch.
to take some bold, creative risks that, for the most part,
I
paid
still need to
off.
see,
But more
Sherlock
recently,
Holmes
Ritchie
Shadows.
seems to be a
That's
bit more of a
right.
gun for hire, pumping out relatively generic streaming blockbusters, or indeed live-action Disney remakes that have very little of his signature about them. Because he doesn't care. No one cares about these movies, and you can sense that in the movie, and it's why so many of these big streaming blockbusters are so bland and forgettable, because they take zero risks and have zero character. Give me Gladiator 2 over whatever the hell this is any day of the week. But I won't...
Funny enough, I am interested in seeing more of Guy Ritchie's movies, but no. Like, the Chuds have a point, and until you realize that, you'll be stuck in the same wallowing sphere of everything going on.
deny that deploying the rule of cool is...
Do not let the lotus of the film and its apparent quality, its superficial quality, seduce you into believing it is a good film. When you look below the surface, when you look within yourself, you will realize how little of it is actually worth.
To take a risk that can end up undermining your film's verisimilitude, and the reaction to the Odyssey trailer shows why some studios and filmmakers would rather just avoid taking those sorts of risks altogether. But thankfully, Christopher Nolan is at the point of his whole dad line in the rule of cool, and whose box office result authenticity in film, particularly if the film is trying to tell an historical story accurately, like Christopher Nolan did with Oppenheimer. But there is also a time and place for awesome mythological scale epics that...
Yeah, but it wasn't that though. It was a war story about a man who was sad. That it was not an epic. It was...
to trying first and
It is
foremost...
it is still about the death of Romanticism. It is treating itself
to entertain their audiences. And these things are not incompatible, but more often than not, it is difficult to judge whether or not certain creative decisions were justified until we have seen them in their proper context, until we understand the verisimilitude of the movie. And so, on that point, let me leave you with a story from the making of The Lord of the Rings, a movie trilogy that achieves pitch-perfect verisimilitude and that also very much embraces the rule of cool. And one of the reasons...
Yeah, but it doesn't... At the end of the... I'm sorry. You know what? That's it. Nolan learned nothing of other people's examples when making this movie. He only, this... That's the tragedy of all this. Is that he listened... He didn't listen. He didn't care. He didn't... It's all... Okay, you know what? Here, we're gonna we can watch this like you can watch that on your own time. I recommend Little Platoon. He's another male on stream. He's an actual film critic, unlike me. I just LARP as someone like him. I just pretend to be a film critic. He's an actual film critic that's willing to break this down. We're not going to see too much of this. We're not going to see any of this, but we are going to see drinkers because I feel like that's worth watching. I'm sorry. Again, I like Pentex Productions. I like his work, but it's in such bad faith, and so many of the things that he has spoken about here has gone so wrong after watching this movie for myself that I just cannot emotionally bear to continue it any longer.
Well, we're waiting.
Well, this one's been a long time coming. Several days longer than I expected, if I'm honest. Mostly because of the fine people at American Airlines who managed to cancel my flights not once but 2 days in a row, forcing me to embark on my own personal odyssey just to get home. It wasn't all bad though. All that enforced leisure time did at least give me a chance to catch up on the movie itself, and so here we find ourselves. If there's one thing I never had on my bingo card for this year, it's that the most contentious, bitterly controversial and divisive movie of 2026 would be made by Christopher Nolan of all people. Depending on who you talk to, The Odyssey is either a disgusting cinematic abomination that completely subverts and disrespects Homer's original work while shamelessly pandering to the mythical modern audience, or an undisputed masterpiece of film, the crowning achievement of Nolan's career and a strong candidate for the greatest thing the human race has ever achieved. Fucking calm down, love. But no matter which side of the divide you come down on, half the movie-going world is going to despise you until the end of time itself.
Welcome to America.
Here's the thing though, dear viewer, real life is a bit more complicated and nuanced than that, and as it turns out, so is the Odyssey. And now that I've had a chance to experience Christopher Nolan's wannabe magnum opus for myself, what is my verdict? Nah. I know that sounds like a bit of a weird
it was like he's a great, like, the thing is, like, if you put this entire film together, well, my criticisms of it aside, as a movie, by itself, it is aggressively mid. It's watchable, but it's mid. Like, there is nothing that it does that its source material doesn't do better with.
Reaction considering all the hype around this film, but it's the word that best sums up my feelings by the time the credits rolled. I just didn't feel much of anything. For all the controversies and culture warfare swirling around it, The Odyssey was pretty much exactly what I expected from a late-stage Christopher Nolan film. Technically impressive and commendably ambitious, visually dour and bleak, emotionally sterile and weirdly lacking in pace, urgency or satisfying payoffs, populated by cold, distant characters that give nothing away and invite no empathy from the audience, dialogue that's jarringly clunky and on the nose, often delivered by talented but miscast actors, and ultimately an ending that fails to capitalize on its incredible build-up. It's a movie about love.
This sounds like Middlemarch law.
Of yearning, adventure, wonder, mysticism, and epic mythology woven together by a man who either can't or won't understand any of those things. The Odyssey picks up about 20 years after the fall of Troy and the end of the Trojan Wars.
I have to look up. I have to remember what you said about Middlemarch to me.
Matt Damon's living on a beach with Charlize Theron with no memory of how he got there, while Zendaya stares at him every once in a while.
Yeah, this is Athena's entire role. She just looks at him and is like, yeah, I'm a crying seal.
Play her incredible acting range. Go on, love, show us what you can do. Anyway, this setup acts as a framing device for the rest of the narrative.
I don't trust all of Drinker's reviews. For example, he gave the Fallout TV show a glowing review, and I despise that with every fiber of my being. He hated Thunderbolts, and I adored it. I thought it was the best thing to come out of Marvel in a while. But I'm gonna and I think he's being a bit too forgiving to the Odyssey here. But he's more nuanced about it than Pentex.
That gradually gets filled in the form of flashbacks. The first of which is the Siege of Troy, where Matt Damon uses the Trojan horse to get him and his men inside so they can open the gates and end the 10-year-long siege. Yep, it took him 10 years to come up with that fucking idea. Anyway,
Well,
with the
it's
war
explained within
successfully over, everyone's like, guess we'll go home then. His second in command is like, shall we take the quickest, easiest, and most logical route, sir? But Matt Damon's like, nah, it'll be fine. So instead they head south and end up trapped in a cave with a giant cyclops that eats a few of them. Then they escape, but Matt Damon just can't resist shooting it with his bow, which
There's no context given, by the way.
the wrath of Poseidon, who blows them to another island altogether, where they run into a bunch of medieval space marines who...
You noticed that too. You noticed that too. The giants look like space
promptly
marines.
kill the shit out of them. It's at this point that the survivors decide they've had pretty much enough of Matt Damon's shit, and they head off to find a lovely woman named Cersei who turns them into pigs because she hates men or something. But then Matt Damon shows up and persuades her to turn them back into humans, and decides he should probably get some advice on how to get home quickly because, you know, this whole journey is starting to drag on a bit now. So him and his bros literally go to hell itself and get berated.
That is one of like the few scenes that I did enjoy, only because, well, is it a good representation of Hades? Hell no, it isn't. But it was just like it was marginally better than the rest of the movie, and that's why I enjoyed it. Gosh. Oh, what have we stumbled upon?
By the spirit of Elliot Page for a while.
Black cloaks. And you see me in the middle with a gold cloak, and I start speeding.
Then land on another island where they're told not to eat any of the cattle there or they'll all be cursed to death. So they eat the cattle, and wouldn't you know it, their ship gets destroyed in a storm, and Matt Damon washes up on a beach with Charlize Theron, who keeps him drugged and ignorant for the next 7 years. But eventually he decides he ought to get back to his wife Anne Hathaway because it's been like 20 years now, and she's probably wondering where he got to. I mean, like, no offense to Anne Hathaway or anything, but if I had a choice between her and an immortal Charlize Theron, well, I know which one I'd be choosing. Anyway, so he makes a raft out of bits of leftover ship that washed up with him, and just kind of says, fuck it, let's see where I end up. And wouldn't you know it, he ends up right back at Ithaca, the very place he's been trying to get to this whole time. That was lucky. Now, while all this has been going on, Anne Hathaway's been fending off potential suitors who all want to marry her so they can become the next king of Ithaca, and as you can imagine, they're getting a bit impatient after 2 decades of being dicked around. Anyway, can Anne Hathaway hold out until Matt Damon rescues himself for the first time in cinema history, or will Ithaca fall to chaos and bloodsheds? You know, when I see the frankly ludicrous amount of praise that's been heaped on this movie over the past week, it kind of reminds me of the borderline hysteria around Black...
I have said before, Hades needs a toll booth. Here's the thing: if Charon's boat isn't a checker taxi, then what's the point? If Charon's boat it needs a toll booth.
Black Panther a few years ago, except with pretentious wannabe intellectuals terrified of getting lumped in with the unwashed plebs if they dare to criticize Nolan's masterpiece, or just partisan quash, except with reminds me of the borderline hysteria around Black Panther a few years ago, except with pretentious wannabe intellectuals terrified of getting lumped in with the unwashed plebs if they dare to criticize Nolan's masterpiece.
I liked Chadwick Boseman a lot in that movie, but it was not a good movie. Just putting that out there. I saw it in theaters. That was a mistake. I should have gone paintballing instead.
Or just partisan culture warriors willing to say and do basically anything to own the chuds. The movie's been dogged by controversy ever since the initial casting was announced, so I guess we might as well start by addressing the 3 elephants in the room. Yes, Elliot Page, Lupita Nyong'o, and Zendaya are all in this movie. Yes, Elliot Page looks just as ridiculous as you might imagine trying to run in a heavy suit of armor. No, they don't have more than a couple of minutes of screen time each, and they're largely irrelevant to the story, and Zendaya doesn't even act so much as exists on screen.
She looks sad. That is her entire.
I know it's the principle of the thing for a lot of people, and if you're really bothered by stuff like that, it's kind of like me saying I only spat in your food a little bit, so why aren't you eating it? The point I'm getting at here is that as much as these three dominated the headlines around this movie, they really don't have much of an impact on the film itself, and they had no impact on my perception of it. They come and go so quickly you barely even notice them. While we're talking about casting though, probably the funniest bit for me was John Leguizamo as a blind old servant of Odysseus who's been given a shitty white wig to try to make him look older and basically nothing else.
I actually thought that was one of the better casting decisions. I liked the character, even if like the script was terrible.
I mean, couldn't you have just hired an actual old man? Are you really telling me that John Leguizamo was so fucking good that nobody else could play this role? Ah, whatever. Ultimately, you'll either accept stuff like this, or you just won't watch the movie in the first place. For me, though, the bigger issue with the Odyssey is the creative philosophy behind it, and I might as well just come out and say it here. I was pretty fucking bored with this movie. Not because of the source material, not because of the labyrinthine adventure, and not because of the runtime, but because it just refuses to let me in. Nolan's slavish devotion to rendering everything into a grounded, believable tone robs the Odyssey of the very things that make it so compelling.
There we
its
go.
mythology and its sense of wonder. It's like looking at some beautiful sculpture rendered into a mathematical formula.
Thank you. Somewhat like Drinker gets it. He doesn't always get it, but he gets it here. He gets it here.
Sense the work and precision that went into it, but it doesn't really stir anything in you. There wasn't a single character in this movie that I could ever truly empathize with and root for, because none of them talk or act anything like real human beings. Damn man, even the fucking gods are boring. I mean, really, Zendaya's the only one who takes physical form, and even then she acts more like Odysseus' conscience than an active part of the narrative. Odysseus himself is written as this weirdly cold, distant, aloof figure who barely reacts to the things he sees and experiences. His decisions imply that he's got a strong sense of adventure, recklessness, and curiosity about the world.
Yeah, but they lack context. There's no context as to why he does the things that he does.
But his emotions and dialogue are the exact opposite. He's like an android journeying home with no particular sense of urgency or investment, simply because he's programmed to do it. Where's the loving husband and father desperate to see his family again? Where's the absent king eager to retake the throne and lead his kingdom again? Where's the bold and witty adventurer, the compassionate leader of men? By the time the finale rolled around, I didn't particularly care whether he made it home because he doesn't seem to care much either.
Yeah.
The movie seems to be portraying him as a vaguely traumatized war veteran haunted by his actions at Troy and his guilt over the sacking of the city, which I get the impression wasn't really part of Homer's original story. And his various trials and setbacks are framed more as a well-deserved punishment for what he sees as his betrayal of his principles, which is nice and all, but it also robs him of agency because he's no longer
I stated it before, he doesn't have an arc throughout this movie.
Towards the goal of getting home, but instead just kind of waiting for the next horrible thing to happen to him. His reunion with his son, his wife, and his vengeance against the suitors should be this triumphant, cathartic release of emotions that have been building through the whole movie, but it all comes across as flat, procedural, and obligatory. Just a brutal fight in semi-darkness where you can barely even tell what's going on. Shit, man.
I genuinely do think, they should have given they should have given more for Telemachus to do. He kills one guy, he fights one guy, and that's it. He doesn't he isn't as much of a threat to the suitors as Odysseus himself was. And I wish that there was more of them fighting as a team. And we didn't even get that because they were in separate rooms half the time.
An old dog finally dying after being reunited with his beloved master for the first time in years, which should be an emotional slam dunk, doesn't really hit because the character himself barely even acknowledges it. The only actor who really seems to be going for it is Robert Pattinson, who plays every trick in the book to make his antagonist as much of an obnoxious, cowardly asshole as possible. It works. You really do hate the guy, but if the only character in your movie that inspires any kind of emotion is your antagonist, well, You've got problems. Another problem here is the dialogue, not just the jarring use of American accents and modern slang, swear words and terminology, but how fucking on the nose and clumsy it is.
10 years on this fucking piece.
Yeah. All of the violence in this movie is PG-13. Nolan really made it an R rating just so he could have Odysseus say fucking shit. They're like, it didn't even need that. It didn't even need those elements. And like the violence is so sanitized and bloodless that it's like there's no.
Let's go home.
Come on, Chris, you're fucking better than this, man. On the technical side of things, I'll at least give Nolan props for using practical effects as much as possible and shooting in real locations.
I wish he used more CGI, quite frankly, because all of the stuff that he did use it for was. It's an anti-spectacle.
That kind of shit really is a vanishing art, and it's nice to see that level of dedication and commitment in look or feel anything like the Eastern Mediterranean. Sure, where he did his location shooting, commitment in modern Hollywood.
There we go.
I mean, I'm not entirely sure where he did his location
Apparently,
shooting.
it was all in Greece. It was in Greece and in North Africa, but it feels like Scotland.
But it doesn't look or feel anything like the Eastern Mediterranean, where it's meant to be set. With the washed-out colours, overcast grey skies, and bleak, windswept hillsides, it looks more like Scotland in November.
Oh my god! I did not watch this beforehand. I swear to you, I did not watch this beforehand. But he's making the same criticisms that I was.
And I guess that really sums up the overall tone of this film.
I swear to you, I did
Bleak,
not watch this
dull,
beforehand.
muted, and relentlessly dour. An adventure without spirit. A hero's journey without a hero. An epic saga without any sense of scale and grandeur. A clinical, precise, finely engineered movie made by a man of great technical skill and intellectual power, who can process and study every line of the source material, but who seems to lack the romantic soul and the wonder and the sheer humanity to bring it all to life.
This is
For
why
me, The Odyssey was an impressive, thought-provoking movie with an incredible cast made by one of the most successful directors of his age, and it'll probably go on to rake in a lot of money and awards just like we all knew it would. But ultimately, it's a movie I'll probably never watch or even think about again. And that really is the most damning indictment of all. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
I'm gonna go into a little bit of the of Little Platoon's intro. I'm gonna link it in the description. There's also this. Hold on, no. Oh, actually, you know what? We saw I might as well. What's 16 more minutes to the runtime? It's probably gonna be the harsher review of the film, but I'm still willing to hear it out anyway.
Christopher Nolan wants to meet you, but for a secret project. But just because he's meeting you doesn't mean he's going to give you the role.
Okay.
He's meeting to do a vibe check. But if he likes you, he might show you the script.
What's been your Odyssey in terms of fighting for your identity or your Hollywood career?
Well, it's always been a battle. I mean, Hollywood is not the most accepting place, even though we Latin people are 30 to 40% of the box office and a third of streamers. We're still not represented. We're the most underrepresented, aggressively underrepresented.
I don't. Look. Do I want more Filipino characters in films? Yeah, but I'm not gonna force it in. Like, I'm not gonna demand it. Like, screech to the heavens like this. I'm gonna include them where they should be included.
Group in America. So that.
Okay, yeah, you're allowed to
I gotta know. But he had the script. I mean, the little, peeky peek.
Okay, yeah, you're allowed to peek.
I gotta know.
You're allowed to
This is
peek,
the whole
yes.
script in my house.
It's
What
your
am I gonna
house.
do?
Yes.
Okay, so I looked. And then he went off to his meeting, and then when he came home, I was like, okay, like, tell me all about it. Like, how was he? What was it like? You know what I mean? I was like so ready, so excited. And he goes, read this again. And I was like, what? Why? Like, I just read it.
Yeah.
We just read it last night. He's like, read it again, but with Athena in mind. And I was like,
Okay.
yo, stop it, right?
He
comes to set that it means that he could shoot at a pace that I have never shot at before.
Tom Holland's natural accent. Tom Holland's natural accent would literally have been better for Telemachus than the American, like the Spider-Man American accent that he uses in the film.
Scenes that would take 3 days we would shoot in one. The sequence that...
Oh my God! Stop!
The Odyssey is a vanity project for Hollywood's current elite, a mythological film where
Next year would have
nothing seemed mythological. The movie is an adaptation of Emily Wilson's 2018 feminist translation of The Odyssey. And once you know that, the film's direction makes more sense.
When you read the Iliad and the Odyssey, very little time is spent in the perspective of the women. Right.
Helen blames her. Oh, I'm not even gonna.
It takes time to really consider things from the female perspective. So we see in Helen and Clytemnestra how this war has affected them both, and they respond to it very differently because their experience of it is very different. Mm-hmm. And so for me, that was very enriching to take the time to kind of like humanize them and consider what
This is gonna be saving?
I'd be like, so Homer, how do you feel about this screen time given to these women, considering how little?
And do you lean forward and look at him like that?
Diverse Asian Greece I've ever seen. If I went to Chinatown and saw all the stores are now run by Jamaicans, I would be just as confused as I am with this film.
Of course no one's going to talk to you. What you're doing is extremely offensive.
Wow. I see. I felt like I was in a fever dream. From the moment of its inception, it was clear nothing would be period correct. The casting and the armor were nothing short of ridiculous in this film. Taking any viewer that was remotely aware of Greek history or mythology out of the immersion that's so desperately needed to make such a film like this work. Otherwise, you don't feel like you're whisked away into another time where gods live. The beauty of Lord of the Rings, like you're whisked away.
There we go. This
to another time.
Yes, this, like, he makes his point well here.
Where gods live. The beauty of Lord of the Rings and what made it so classic and timeless is that it immersed you in the fellowship. You felt like you were on the journey with Frodo. I don't know what the hell I was doing in Odyssey. Basically, it's just another bloated budget film that looked like it belonged on Tubi next to Love After Lockup.
Telemachus, Penelope,
was quite the choice.
Elliot Page running in the sand, hailed, really insane. Brilliant! Really gay, right?
Always just a scowl.
Perfect casting.
I think this is mostly a coverage of. This is mostly a coverage of what we've already covered.
So he says absolutely. Black community,
seemed more reactive, more charismatic. The man who used the gods' tricks against them seemed more reactive than proactive. I passed out, and I awoke in the theater to 3 people. The place was packed. When I returned to consciousness, it was during the explanation of the Trojan horse scene. The dude who plays the Punisher in the Netflix TV show was saying it was full of piss and shit. And the bodies...
That's an actual line. He said they were like, we lived in piss and shit for 2 years.
Dead men. So no one could smell the rancid excrement and dead bodies coming from the horse, I thought? Like, really? Who decided to add this little bit of creative license that throws the whole logic of the scene into question? We won! The Greeks have gifted us a horse that we must bring to Athena. It smells of rotted corpses. Delightful. The Cyclops was a butchered scene. He comes in, traps the soldiers, and then eats them like little snacks. Then lays down and takes a nap like nothing happened. They wait a few days before taking his eye. Then the giant finally speaks, begging Poseidon to curse them. In the mythology, Odysseus had to get the giant drunk first before they could take his eye.
Oh, I didn't actually know that.
I like it. Another. What is your name?
My name?
He is the Lord of...
Please. My name is Nobody. Nobody.
He's a nobody. Ever read the Odyssey? After Odysseus was caught by the Cyclops, he told it his name was Nobody. So when he poked its eye out and its friends asked who did it, all the Cyclops could say was, nobody. Point taken.
Effectively, Christopher Nolan got rid of one of the best lines
we already covered that
Odyssey
extensively.
for the sake of doing it.
The Land of the Giants, if I recall correctly...
Light.
He's a monster.
The gods were never seen or heard from except for Athena because she has millions of followers on Instagram and an agency that's willing to bot likes on anything she's in.
You know, where it's like, I don't care about Instagram. Instagram sucks. Right, but just so you know, if you have over this many followers, you can get the movie funded.
Well,
I want to make the movie, so
it's covering a lot of trotting
it's a really confusing line to walk, and I've talked to so many smart directors who tell me that they get I'm talking to them about how I'm going to delete my Instagram, and they're like, just so you know, when I'm casting a movie with some producers, they hand me a sheet with the amount of collective followers I have to get of the cast that I cast. So
lead to less people going. I'm pretty sure most of the views could be out of idle curiosity. You know how it is. Most people are like,
oh, I hear it's bad, but it's mainly online chuds saying it.
That sort of energy. The marketing for this film was very odd to me because it was more about celebrating the existence of this film and the actors kissing each other's asses than anything else.
What do you feel like you learned from working with Lupita, if I can ask you, John?
For me, there's no one else in the world who could have done that, who comes with a level of beauty, both inside and out, that your life of anger. To me, us sitting there, it's like this palpability of anger, of shame, of regret, of love, of, all this stuff that's probably been spoken and unspoken. You could...
And I loved seeing Elliot Page from First Faces. You see, what was it like for you?
Premiering this year, and then announcing this.
Famous stories in human history with all sorts of crazy, interesting elements, and made it boring. I felt like I was watching Shakespeare in the Park, where a bunch of actors, nowhere near as good as they think they are, get to strut around on stage for far too long. Odysseus' final fight, after he takes accountability for his actions in the Trojan War, was empty and without weight. Unnecessary, even. You could tell this whole movie is adapted from Emily Wilson's translation. Modern speech and tone, even political framing, that has more connection with our current modern world than it does the story itself of the past. It leaves me disengaged from the period that it's meant to be set in. I'm sure my opinion will be written off as a right-wing grifter, a phrase that has lost all meaning. Like when a woman with more bodies than the predator calls you an incel. It's to discredit your opinion, because engaging in it would force them to have an opinion of their own, rather than parroting the pre-approved response. This film is a circle jerk for modern actors to feel like they're part of some sort of epic film, a generational project, but it lacks all the impact of the films that came before it, like Ben-Hur or Moses from the 1950s,
There's
or
none of this
even
spirit
Clash of
in
the
the
Titans
Odyssey.
from the 80s.
None
This
of it.
comes off as more boring, pretentious, and homogenous. This was truly made for the modern audience. The Odyssey is a film that needs the IMAX screen with the booming subwoofers to mask how hollow the project is, done for nothing more than Nolan to win an award from his peers in LA that are just as criminally out of touch as he is. Is this film woke? I would say yes. Elliot Page being cast as a soldier despite being 4'11" and 80 pounds while sounding like someone who lives on helium alone or a member from Alvin and the Chipmunks is the definition of diversity, equity, and inclusion. This isn't bigoted, it's not mean, it's just the truth of the matter. Just as the sky will be blue tomorrow, it is an irrefutable fact. I don't feel like hammering on about everything else in the film that everyone else has said for the past 2 years since its announcement, which they treated as if it was one of the most epic things to happen by dropping an actor's name in the film. Oh, look, it's Taika Waititi. He wasn't in the film, but it's all I can think of. To be honest, I don't really care ultimately.
All right. That's enough of that for now. There's more of
absurd cut.
We'll look like there. I think we've like there. I do want to do more watch-alongs of these, but I've done enough of them today. There are other aspects and like the sort of blowback that we have of this movie that I wanted to discuss before we end it off. Well, we are a little bit I do ask of you to spend a little bit more time with me as I delve into the blowback of this movie. Do I think Grok or AI generated should make this movie? No, despite me using AI assistants and making the thumbnail. But okay. Here's the thing. Here's the cool part. Elon Musk says he's down to fund Mel Gibson with $100 million to create a historically accurate adaptation of the Odyssey. The Gibson's Odyssey should be a trilogy, just as The Lord of the Rings was. Gibson should hire Greek scholars who are experts on ancient Greece to ensure his movie is accurate. He can make Nolan's Odyssey fade into oblivion. The Odyssey trilogy can be shot entirely in Greece. Historically, Greeks are not... Well, we're not... well, just reporting on the news. And this is the core, like more of the blowback with this is noticing Rotten Tomatoes has never been more compromised as a film review site. They are like a Popcorn Gap. Before 2019, Rotten Tomatoes made you work to rate a film. You logged in, found the page, and submitted, so only motivated fans bothered. After 2019, Rotten Tomatoes switched to a push system, and ticket apps like Fandango ping you after the show. Popcorn Gap subtracts those one-tap votes back out, one subtraction using Rotten Tomatoes' own numbers. So minus 37 points, 97% score Rotten Tomatoes shows, 60% of push votes removed, minus 70%. So it's claimed to be verified hot when push votes removed, down 37 points, which is around 60%. So only 60%. 3 days ago, I posted my clean spoiler free review of the Odyssey with a 2.5 out of 5. As of today, it has still not been posted. I created a new account 2 hours ago. I posted a glowing fake review with a 5 out of 5. It went public in less than an hour. What a joke. So there's like corruption going on. What's new? But I would like to would like you to know what's going on. And here is, I guess, my last commentary that I'm going to make surrounding this movie. From Mr. Sandy Peterson, if you know him from like Cthulhu and Dune. There used to be a whole song, the story of the sword and sandal. There used to be a whole genre of movies from the era. They may not have been authentic, but they look pretty damn impressive compared to the 3D printed slop they're trying to shove in our faces now. I believe this is Barabbas, an adaptation of the biblical Barabbas. This is Jason and the Argonauts. This is Hercules against Moloch, and I'm not sure where this is from. This is to my buddy Thompson Simp or Kilroy. This is the aesthetic I want for a classical mythology movie involving gods and monsters. I'm tired of the early 2000s washed out look from Clash of the Titans and Gladiator. And he says with high hopes, I'm still down to see what Nolan has to offer, but I get what you're saying. It does look miles better, and it still has that mythical and fantastic vibe. I was again there's other resources that I want to show here, but I'm going to include that in the description instead, like my recommended watching after this. But you can see like elements of Clash of the Titans, like how vibrant and beautiful this film was. Jason and the Argonauts, even Zack Snyder's 300 and Troy and 2004's Troy, even with its even with the mixed reviews, it still tried to honor the romanticism of the age, and that is what I want to keep alive as a testament against Nolan's Odyssey. Keep your romance, your true verisimilitude, not merely your verisimilitude, but your romance, your fantasy, your sense of adventure and spirit of your spirit of whimsy alive. Keep that beating heart alive against the pounding incessant waves of drabness and the brutalism of Nolan's Odyssey. Keep it alive. Keep it alive. Remember the fair seas of real life, and how the Greeks must have looked upon that and crafted grand stories upon that. Do not let romance die simply because. Do not let romance die simply because Nolan sought to kill it. It is up to us to keep it alive. You can and here's the thing. At the end of the day, what I would have done is I would have sought the if I was telling it again, it requires me to read it myself. But if I were to adapt the story of the Odyssey myself, it would again, what I would take from it, the visual that I would have wanted is something of Renaissance paintings of that sort. Where is that? The Judgment of the of these. This is what I would have wanted my Odyssey to look like. My Iliad and my Judgment of Paris to appear this way. these various paintings and these depictions, it is of this spirit that I wanted to capture all of these. The vibrance, the beauty, like the glamour of everything. It's like something to suck you into the story and not let you go. Not merely something that takes you out of it. Would have started from here, gone through here. I need to read it myself, but it is something that like the adaptations. It is these adaptations that I most desire. Do not let romance die, for you and for me. We're gonna This is why the old Nolan's Odyssey sucks. Every story, it's Ben Shapiro and all that. This is why Nolan's Odyssey sucks. Every story has parts that can be changed and parts that cannot. Romeo and Juliet can be set in Rio de Janeiro, but must remain the tragedy of two lovers. Macbeth can unfold beneath a modern dictatorship, but it must still tell the story of ambition, treachery, and ruin. Antigone can take place under a 20th century regime, but it must remain a story of a woman who defies the state to honor a higher law. The costumes can change, the setting can change, the weapons can change, the language can change, the ideas cannot. Cross that line and you are no longer adapting the story. You are replacing it. You take an old name, strip out its meaning, bolt on your own, and present the result as though nothing happened. That is not adaptation, it is vandalism. It is fraud. You are not preserving a myth, you are butchering one. Nolan's Odyssey is so visually and audibly impressive. But while some movies can stand on spectacle alone, this movie is not for that. Predator stands and falls on being a cheesy action fiction. The Odyssey is not a cheesy action flick. What matters more is the plot and the message. This is why the casting and armor complaints are losing sight of the bigger picture. If Nolan used an ethnically authentic cast and used authentically accurate Bronze Age armor, this film would still be a butchering of the original story. In the end, Nolan crafted an impressive film, but not a faithful adaptation. Its visuals are often breathtaking, but its pacing is uneven. Its dialogue frequently awkward, and its understanding of Homer fundamentally at odds with a poem it wants to retell. An adaptation not reproduce every line, every scene, or every detail. It must, however, preserve the soul of the original. Cartoon Magoo. Even the siren scene is desexualized. Odysseus rages against his restraints, but then reveals that the song he sang was a tantalizing hyper-pleasure, but instead a psychological breakdown about his guilt and self-sabotage. This movie is so neurotically boomer that the ultimate fantasy it can imagine is a good therapy session. Anyways, this is the last of the. I'm not going to play through this, but this is by Kate Alexandra. It's the problems of Greek myth retellings. I'm probably going to link that because I have to watch this video in full. Let's see what the end has. Christopher Nolan says the Homer's original Odyssey ending was so grim and misogynistic that it had to be altered for the film. Let's end on a high note. Remember the artworks of ancient past that told these stories before Nolan did. Do not let their spirit die. Do not let your sense of adventure die. Do not let your sense of romanticism and your thrill for beauty ever diminish because of one man's butchery of a story. Do not let it diminish you. Grow stronger because of it. Rage against the dying of the light. Take a page out of Nolan's book. And that is all. Thank you everyone who came. I really do appreciate everyone who came. Thank you Clanker. Thank you Space Missiles Enjoyer, aka Foxtrot. Thank you Dantioch Fanboy, or aka Brabus Dantioch. Thank you everyone who came. I really appreciate all of your inputs because this means a lot to me. This stream meant a lot to me, and your commentary and your responses meant a lot to me as well. Thank you everyone who came. Otsu love, and I will see you maybe Wednesday. We'll see what happens then. But let's see where I can send you off. And before I need to grab myself a drink of water. Let's see where I can send you. Ragnarok, Mari Ien, Eshi Mini Nikki, Nova Crusader. Many thanks from South Biscali. Let me see where I can send you properly. I'll send you to Pascal Saucer. They're playing Death Road to Canada. Thank you everyone who came. Otsu love, and I'll be seeing you on Wednesday, hopefully.